the party together and not tear it apart.
You cannot beat Trump with the same old kind of politics.
People aren't looking for a revolution, in my view. They're looking for getting things done.
If you're taking lots of money from billionaires, you're not going to be there standing up for the working class.
You want a nominee who's a Democrat, a lifelong Democrat. Join us.
Let's win on Tuesday. Let's win the Democratic nomination. Let's transform this country.
Two frontrunners fighting for the Democratic nomination for president. Voters in 6 states are weighing in. This is live coverage from the Washington Post on this big night in American politics. We're looking at the skyline of downtown Detroit. Polls closed in Michigan just moments ago. It's a must-win state for Bernie Sanders. Good evening, I'm Libby Casey. 352 delegates are at stake tonight, but the focus is on Michigan, where Sanders must do well if he hopes to close the gap with Joe Biden. But before we get to Michigan, we already have some breaking news. The Washington Post can now project that Joe Biden will win Mississippi. Our call is based on exit polling. There are 36 delegates at stake in that state tonight. And the Washington Post can now project that Joe Biden will also win Missouri, which has 68 delegates in play. That call is also based on exit reporting. Well, in addition to Mississippi and Missouri, 4 other states are up for grabs tonight: Idaho, North Dakota, Washington State, and of course, Michigan. Another developing story we're following right now. Both Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders have canceled their rallies tonight. Both were supposed to be in Cleveland. Now that's because of concerns over the coronavirus. This is video of crews packing up chairs at the Biden event just a few hours ago. We have reporters following the campaigns and voters, and they're covering these new developments. So let's start with Rhonda Colvin reporting on the Biden campaign.
Joe Biden's commanding performance on Super Tuesday gave him a path to the Democratic nomination. If he performs well tonight, he could be unstoppable. I'm Rhonda Colvin in Cleveland, Ohio, and hours ago, the campaign decided to cancel their event here over concerns of the coronavirus. We'll have more for you later.
The Sanders campaign has also canceled its rally in Cleveland tonight, citing advice from Ohio health officials. They say all future events will be evaluated on a case-by-case basis. I'm Joyce Coe, and I'll be bringing you the latest on a crucial night for Bernie Sanders, who needs to slow Joe Biden's momentum.
All eyes tonight are on Michigan, a crucial state for Democrats in the general election. Bernie Sanders won the primary here in 2016, but polls have shown Biden in the lead heading into tonight. I'm Hannah Jewell at a watch party at a thrift store in Detroit, Michigan, where I'll be talking to voters.
Joe Biden has swept the southern states, thanks in large part to his support among black voters. I'm Lee Powell in Jackson, Mississippi, where the former vice president is being hailed as the comeback kid.
Thank you, Lee. Well, we're also closely tracking the state of the race here at our home base in Washington, D.C. And joining me now is Jeremy Bowers, Director of Engineering and head of our Election Insights team. So, Jeremy, Mississippi, Missouri already called for Joe Biden. What are you focusing on tonight?
Yeah, absolutely. So those are 2 big early wins for the Biden campaign in places where we expected them to do pretty well. Well, we're going to be watching margin in those states, certainly, to see if the Sanders campaign can make up any ground between them. But if it's an early call, that's really unlikely to be the case. Now, for the Biden campaign, we're going to be watching Idaho and Washington tonight. Those are 2 places where we expect them to do particularly well. And it's possible that they'll be able to eke out a little bit of a delegate lead there, too.
How important is that delegate math tonight?
You know, that's actually super important, and that's a thing we've been keeping an eye on, too. You know, I alluded to it earlier, but looking at that margin between the candidates is really instructive in a lot of cases. Like, let's take a look at the state of California, for example. You know, Joe Biden finishes second in that state, but, you know, picked up an awful lot of delegates because the margin was really close, right? But think about Bernie Sanders in, like, South Carolina or Virginia. He finished a distant second in those states, if at all. And the point is that he's not being able to pick up a lot of delegates in those states. And that's really going to hurt him when it comes to time down the road for the conventions, because you got to stack those delegates up in order to win. Now, we've got more than just that for you tonight. We also have our touch screen, where we're going to have live votes and race calls available for you as soon as they come in. We've got 2 of those race calls already tonight. Let's take a look first at the state of Mississippi, which we've called with 0 votes in for Joe Biden. Now, the deal that we expect here in the state of Mississippi is it's going to be probably a fairly widespread Biden win. He might win every single county in this state. It's a thing that we're going to be watching for tonight as those votes roll in. and something that could be really interesting. Now, there's another state that we have a race call in already, too. We have one in the state of Missouri. Now, Missouri is a state where we have a handful of votes. Look, there's already 13 votes for Biden here, but there's going to be more votes that are going to roll in tonight. We expect to see some Biden strengths here in the east of the state, where it's more blue collar and manufacturing, and we expect to see that Sanders support in the western part of the state, and wherever there is a university town is a place where there's likely for the Sanders campaign to pick up a county or two. Now, for more insights like that, I'd like to introduce you again to my colleague, Lenny Bronner. Lenny is a senior data scientist on our Elections Insight team. Lenny, what will you be looking for in the Biden campaign tonight?
So the main thing I'll be looking out for tonight is to see how well Joe Biden does amongst white voters. So we first started seeing in South Carolina, and which then sort of went up throughout all of Super Tuesday. We saw that in Virginia and North Carolina too, is that Biden didn't only win amongst the African-American community, but he also won white voters. And it seems from exit polls, and of course the fact that those have already been called, that it seems to hold up for Missouri too.
You know, Missouri is a pretty good state to talk about for the Biden campaign. It's really similar to those early states that he won, you know, in Super Tuesday. Is there anything for the Sanders campaign that you'll be looking for tonight, perhaps in the state of Washington?
Yeah, so I think Washington, North Dakota, Idaho are the three states that we want to watch for Senator Sanders, but, you know, we'll have to see how it plays out.
You know, Washington is one of those states that's a little odd. It has mail-in ballots, which can complicate an election night reporting process. It will probably get a couple votes from there, but not too much early on, and then we're going to have to wait a little bit for those. But as soon as we get those votes, we're going to be bringing them to you. Now, we'll be watching other places as well. We have places like North Dakota tonight. We also have Michigan, which is the crown jewel of tonight. Michigan has 125 delegates, which is an awful lot. And we'll make sure that when those votes come in, we'll have them for you. We're going to watch everything that goes down in the state, and hopefully we'll have a little bit of insight for you as well. Until then, we're going to throw it back to Libby in the studio downstairs. Libby.
Great. Thanks, Jeremy. I'm looking forward to watching you break down these results as they come in tonight. Well, joining me now in our studio, my colleagues James Homan, national political reporter, also Amber Phillips, reporter for The Fix. Thanks for being here. And Robert Costa, national political reporter. So great to have you all here. James, you just got off the campaign trail. I was worried you wouldn't make it here in time for our broadcast. What are you watching tonight?
The crown jewel, as we just heard, Michigan.
Where you just were.
Well, I just spent the last 4 days there. The polls, 2 public polls, show Joe Biden up handily, but we all lived through 4 years ago when the polls showed Hillary Clinton up by a similar margin, taking it with a grain of salt. I traveled from Grand Rapids in the west to Detroit in the east, talked to lots of voters in between, and momentum has been on Joe Biden's side. A lot of people breaking for him hard late, but Sanders has the more passionate supporters who are energetic and excited. The question is that enough to offset the kind of late break for Biden?
Yeah. Amber, how significant do you think this Missouri-Mississippi win is for Biden?
Well, they're not surprising, Mississippi especially. Our exit polls by Edison Media Research show like Mississippi was majority black voters, especially black voters in the South, have gone for Joe Biden in large numbers. It's something else that's interesting. Our exit poll showed a lot of voters there wanted to go back to the Obama-era policies. Not surprising. Missouri's a little more interesting. We were expecting Biden to win. In 2016, I went back and looked how Sanders did. He did really well in all the states, almost all the states that are voting tonight. In Missouri, he made a play within 1,500 votes of Hillary Clinton coming in. And then here we are 4 years later, and the polls are closing, and right away, pollsters are calling this for Biden.
Yeah. Bob, give us your big picture look at tonight. How important is tonight for Joe Biden and for Bernie Sanders?
Well, it's great to be with you, Libby. When you think about the Biden campaign, it has sustained itself in recent weeks as a political brand. Day to day, he's not on the front page of the Washington Post. Part of the reason is the coronavirus situation, President Trump being such a dominant story. So his day-to-day campaigning is not generating an enormous amount of coverage. So it's been hard for Senator Sanders in the wake of South Carolina and Super Tuesday to figure out exactly how to make this a dramatic two-person race. It's become a two-person race. But Senator Sanders, both inside of his campaign, he's not modulated his message much. He's taken a few shots at Biden's record on Iraq and trade. But otherwise, in terms of the political dynamics, it's narrowed, but it hasn't changed in any significant way. And so Biden comes into tonight having been pretty steady in the polls, consolidating not only the Democratic establishment, but traditional Democratic voters across the board.
Okay, the rally's being canceled tonight. Talk us through what this means in terms of the implications, not just for tonight, but on down the road. But let's start with this evening. I mean, there is an important optics moment of showing your candidate with the crowds of people cheering them on, helping to build momentum for the next voting event, which is just, we have another big Tuesday night just a week away. How significant is this? It's significant in the sense that Senator Sanders is a movement politician, and he relies at times on arena rallies to demonstrate his strength in states. And with coronavirus becoming such a problem for holding public events, Sanders being able to display his own momentum will be difficult in the coming weeks. He's returning to Burlington, Vermont. I believe he has already landed in his home city of Burlington, Vermont, right on Lake Champlain. I was with him there last week. Here's one thing to pay attention to. Although it could be a tough night for Senator Sanders, based on my reporting, he is not preparing to drop out of this race. Remember, in 2016, he not only won Michigan, as James said, he carried on for weeks, if not months, after the race became pretty clear it was Secretary Clinton's. Part of the reason he's likely to stay in the race tonight, despite the results, is he wants to have leverage in terms of the platform in the Democratic National Convention. He wants to make sure his movement with his own political capital gets spent and has influence. What does he need, James, to do that tonight, to be able to forge on? Does he need to win some states like Idaho, like Washington?
He has to win Washington State. That's one where that has sort of been assumed as being in the Sanders column. Biden has made a late surge. The mail-in ballot dynamic complicates everything. The coronavirus sort of being focused there complicates things. And he has to keep Michigan close. If he narrowly won. He won by less than 2 points 4 years ago. But if he loses by 20 points tonight, it is kind of devastating, because a whole big part of his pitch is that he can do well in the industrial Midwest, which is not only symbolically significant because he won the primary there, but because that's then where Trump beat Secretary Clinton in the general election. And so I think he definitely has to win some states. He has to win Washington and Idaho and North Dakota, but it's also keeping Michigan close.
All right, well, let's go now to Rhonda Colvin, who until just a few hours ago was with the Biden campaign in Cleveland. So Rhonda, where is Joe Biden now?
Where is Joe Biden right now? That is the question. He is in Philadelphia. He is going to do a closed event just to media to brief them on the day, but no public, members of the public will be invited into that. But we are only about 2 miles away from where he was going to host tonight's rally, and we went there. There were media already set up. SAT trucks were ready to go. There was signage on the podium that said Biden for president and American flags. They were all ready, but they canceled it around 5 today, and it was quite a scramble. We're hearing from our colleague Cleve Woodson, who was on the plane coming from an event in Columbus, Ohio to Cleveland, that they announced on the plane that the event would be canceled. Members of the Biden campaign, aides, other members of the media were on that flight, and they waited on the tarmac here in Cleveland for about an hour to figure out what they were going to do next. So this really was a late-breaking decision on the Biden campaign's part. And of course, the coronavirus is also at the forefront of the minds of election officials here in Ohio. I went to a few polling places today, the Board of Election here in Cuyahoga County, and I talked to a member of the Democratic leadership here in the city, and he said he's concerned because the state has just decided to close down 125 polling sites that were located at senior homes, nursing homes that had been longtime polling sites in these communities, and now they're worried that people aren't going to know where to vote next Tuesday when this state votes. And Ohio has a lot of delegates on the line next week, 136. So it's a politically important state next week and also in the general election. So right now, the coronavirus is definitely part of the discussion here in Ohio.
Great. Thanks so much, Rhonda Colvin in Cleveland. Well, the Bernie Sanders campaign is making major changes as well because of the coronavirus. And Joyce Koh expected to be at the Huntington Convention Center in Cleveland reporting on tonight's Sanders event. But like so many other people, her plans have changed. Joyce joins us now. Joyce.
Hey, Libby. Well, we are at another location in downtown Cleveland, just a few blocks away from that convention center where Sanders supporters were expected to gather to hear Sanders himself, as well as Ohio State Senator Nina Turner, a popular surrogate for him, speak tonight. But around 4 p.m., Senator Sanders' communications director, Mike Kaska, sent out an email saying that event would be canceled due to the coronavirus outbreak, citing Ohio State officials who warned against having a public event in an indoor space with a large group of people. We also caught up with some supporters who were lingering outside of that convention center after that announcement was made. They were sort of trying to figure out what to do now that the event was canceled. And here's what they had to say in reaction to the event being canceled. Take a listen.
I actually drove up from Columbus to come here today, so very, very sad. I'm from Shaker Heights. Ohio. Yeah, Ohio.
So you guys both made your way over here. How did you feel finding out that the event was canceled?
I am very sad. I understand why, but it was a long haul and I was very excited because I've been a Bernie fan for about 5 years, and it was just exciting that he was going to be here and I could come, but I get it, so.
Yeah, I mean, I understand the circumstances around it. I mean, it sucks. I've been looking forward to this for the whole week, but again, I want everyone to stay healthy and stuff, so.
Now, this comes after all 3 cases of coronavirus confirmed in Ohio are right here in Cuyahoga County, where Cleveland is. We heard the governor today announcing a state of emergency, and county and city officials have opened up an emergency center to address the coronavirus outbreak. Now, as far as Sanders' campaign goes, how this affects his campaign is yet to be seen. His campaign saying that they will address future campaign events on a case-by-case basis. And Sanders himself has ramped up sort of his public events in the last several weeks, having an aggressive event schedule. So we will be seeing whether or not those events are still on, and it'll be interesting to see how Sanders continues to rally for votes if he can't meet with people in person. Libby?
Great questions. Thanks so much, Joyce Coe in Cleveland tonight. Bob, as this is all happening, you're reporting on President Trump and the federal response to the coronavirus today. President Trump went to the Capitol. This was seen as an important move, an attempt at a course correction of how the president has been personally handling the coronavirus story and updating the American public. Bring us the latest.
So we just filed our story here at the Post about this, and you can't discuss the campaign without discussing what's going on with coronavirus. And President Trump yesterday pledged, quote, dramatic action, and that action seems to be a proposal at this point for a payroll tax cut, along with some stimulus for industries that have been battered by this whole experience. Here's the issue for the White House right now. Senate Republicans today listened to President Trump when he made his case for a payroll tax cut, but they're not embracing it. They know that some action needs to be taken, but they don't love a payroll tax cut. They think it's too sweeping of policy. They would prefer, if you talk to sources, to see targeted tax breaks for companies at this point. But the Democrats, led by Speaker Pelosi, are already preparing their own plans on paid sick leave and federal relief when it comes to paid sick leave. Larry Kudlow, the White House economic advisor, said the administration's looking at executive orders that could maybe deal with paid sick leave. So there's some tension here in Washington, and it's unfolding as the campaign unfolds. And there's no clear path yet for President Trump in terms of legislation to deal with coronavirus. And so much of this election is going to come down to not only does Senator Sanders win or does Vice President Biden win, it's going to be how the American people view President Trump through the prism, perhaps, of coronavirus and his management of it.
Amber, I'd love to hear your thoughts on how this is playing out in terms of the presidential race, because Bob makes a really important point. The American public is watching and judging how this administration is responding right now.
Yeah, much has been said, and I think it's accurate to say that this is like a villain President Trump can't control. He can't tie coronavirus to a Democrat like he did Bob Mueller, the Russia investigation, or impeachment, and say, this thing that's trying to harm my presidency and my reputation as a leader has political motives. You can't do that with the virus. In addition, there's this double whammy of it threatening the economy. The stock market's tanking. Could it rebound? Okay, it's a long way till November. But what happens if Americans decide not to go out to restaurants, not to do their trips, et cetera, et cetera? It's just a snowball. For the one thing that he campaigns on the most, which is a successful economy. And can I say something real quickly about the Democratic side? I'm just struck at our reporters out there talking in these empty rooms that would have been full with supporters. And I was thinking of the practical impact of that. You go to a rally, you get excited, you sign up to volunteer, you make a date on your calendar to go to a meeting, you then get doors to knock on. How much of that is not going to happen? And I think that affects Sanders a little more than Biden, because Biden hasn't really had campaign infrastructure in these states, he's riding off momentum.
James.
And the momentum matters so much. The fact is, Biden is becoming more and more cloistered. His stump speech has been getting shorter. He's been talking less than 10 minutes in a lot of cases, reading off a teleprompter now, sort of trying to play it safe, trying to stay above the fray, not engaging when possible with attacks from Bernie Sanders. And so sort of like icing the campaign ends up working to Biden's advantage. Interestingly, coronavirus sort of plays to strengths and weaknesses for each of them. Biden sells his whole pitch, his central rationale is that he's kind of this reassuring, competent person who's going to, the Obama administration manage the Ebola crisis. On the other hand, he's not like a policy guy. He's not someone who delves into
like he's
the
not giving a lot of specifics right now on the trail about what he'd actually do.
He's declined repeatedly when it's like, what would you do? All he says is, I would defer to the experts, whatever they say. Bernie Sanders, the exit polls tonight show every state that voted, healthcare was the #1 issue. The majority of Democrats support Bernie Sanders' Medicare for All plan. They support kind of essentially government takeover of healthcare. And Sanders has been using this crisis, not letting it go to waste, saying this is why we need Medicare for All, why we need paid family sick leave, paid leave, paid sick leave, paid family leave. Yeah. And so he had an event yesterday in Detroit. It was kind of a round table. He had 5 public health folks sitting up with him. But it was really interesting because, to Amber's point, he clearly is concerned about what impact this has on organizing. The campaign's nervous about it. The rallies tonight were both in Cleveland. This is an Ohio-driven thing, not a campaign-driven thing. I think they both would have preferred to have those rallies. But Sanders got very testy when reporters were asking him, look, you're 78 years old. The CDC has said if you're over 60 and have a pre-existing health condition, Bernie Sanders had a heart attack 4 months ago, you should, stay at home and avoid traveling. And Sanders got very upset about that and said, I'm running for president. It's hard work. I'm going to keep running. And, but it is something that both campaigns, Joe Biden's 77, Donald Trump's 73, they're out there shaking hands, traveling around the country, and they are particularly themselves vulnerable to the coronavirus.
Well, let's check in now with our Election Insights team and our Director of Engineering, Jeremy Bowers. Because, Jeremy, you've been looking at areas of strength for Biden and Sanders. Coming out of that Super Tuesday contest, where did they do well?
Yeah, absolutely. The Biden campaign has this excellent strength over here in the south of the United States and along the East Coast. And you can see it in this bright blue wall of votes and delegates that he managed to win over the last 2 weeks. Now, the reason why the Biden campaign has such a strength here is because they do particularly well against around 2 groups of voters. The first is African-American voters. And this isn't much of a surprise, especially after the South Carolina primary. But it's been, again, it's a huge theme of the campaign tonight, and one of the reasons why they did so well in Mississippi and why we got an early race call in that state. Now, another group that the Biden campaign does particularly well in is older voters, especially white, non-college educated voters. And so this group of voters is turning out in much higher numbers than we anticipated for the Biden campaign this year, and it's showing up in places like Missouri. And those are states where we expected Biden to do well, but just not as well as it appears that he's doing in the first place. Now, for the Sanders campaign, his strengths are a little bit different. The Sanders campaign does well in places like Nevada, where there's a large Hispanic American vote. Nevada and California were the 2 states that really featured this type of voter, and it's the 2 states where Sanders did the very best. And there aren't a whole lot of states that are left, except for maybe Arizona, where Sanders can expect to have that kind of support. And so it's going to be a bit of a rough going over the next 2 or 3 weeks for the senator. Another kind of voter that the Sanders campaign does particularly well with is young voters. And this is true. You can see the Sanders campaign wins individual counties and lots of precincts around university towns in the United States. I mean, take a look here. We can take a look at some of these being true in Virginia, right? He can win places where there's like James Madison University here in the western part of the state. So even when there's an overwhelming wave of Joe Biden votes, there's always that little dot of Sanders that represents a college campus. It's pretty easy to find, truthfully. Now, these are the areas where those campaigns have particular strengths. Obviously, they're going to try to turn out new voters where they can, but these are the places where they've performed particularly well. Libby?
So, Jeremy, All eyes are on Michigan tonight. Given what you've just told us, what could happen there?
You know, Michigan is unique because Michigan has a lot of things going for both campaigns. Now, the Sanders campaign won Michigan in 2016 after polling there showed that Hillary Clinton was going to win the state. Now, a thing that's a little bit interesting about that tonight, and the thing that we'll be watching, is how well Joe Biden's African-American support manages to hold him up against Sanders' built-in support from 2016. Sanders is going to do well with young voters. He won the counties around Grand Rapids last year. Hillary Clinton really only won those counties that were around the city of Detroit, like Wayne County, for example. So we're going to watch and see if Biden can stretch out that advantage to some other counties, maybe pull that vote count ahead for himself there. And that's the way he'll be able to do well in the state, which gets him 125 delegates between the two candidates. For now, back to you, Libby.
Great, thanks so much, Jeremy. Yeah, that 125 number, Bob, is important. It's the biggest delegate haul tonight of any state, but Michigan's also so important for a couple of other reasons, and I don't think we can, overemphasize it. Bernie Sanders was able to win here, and also Donald Trump was able to win here. So what would a successful night for Biden mean? What kind of confidence might it give his team and Democratic voters going forward?
It would just continue the pattern of success for Biden, that he's stitching together a coalition that would be prepared to take on President Trump in some of these battleground states in the fall. And you look at what's happening in the oil markets and the shale markets, and you see maybe a state like Pennsylvania, Texas, which rely on those kind of things, are dealing with economic turbulence, and someone like Vice President Biden, if he was the nominee, could come in and make a real case. But if you're Sanders, it's hard to say at this point that if it's a narrow night in Michigan, he's going to likely stay in and say, I still have a race here. I'm still winning over working class people. But if it's a big night for Biden, 10 to 20 points at the end of this night for Biden in Michigan, it's going to be difficult for Sanders to say he's expanding his appeal beyond those core areas. But just as someone who has followed Senator Sanders for years, he really is committed to this campaign as a cause more than just a political reality check. So what he says tonight is going to be very interesting for me to watch as a reporter. Is he starting to signal that it's all about getting rid of President Trump and rallying around Biden, or is he going to say, I'm going to continue to fight on for my issues? And if you're Vice President Biden, even if you have a big night tonight, you have to listen to Sanders, because if you want to bring this party together, left, right, and center, but really the left and the center of the Democratic Party, you're going to have to find a way to bring, if not him into the fold on the ticket, someone or some way to give an overture to the left so they feel like they're part of that Biden group.
Yeah, there's a real concern, Amber, about Sanders supporters, if he does not become the nominee, being willing to support Joe Biden and coming over. And it's hard to cut through sometimes if that's just social media talking or if that's a real palpable thing. So what will you be listening for and watching for tonight as the candidates, we hope, make their speeches and come out publicly and talk, even if they're not in a crowded arena?
Right. Well, the word that comes to mind is conciliatory. Is there any kind of effort, especially on Sanders' part, as Bob laid out, for him to say, if he doesn't do well in Michigan, all right, I don't see a path forward for me. Like, say it in coded language. I don't see him ending his campaign tonight at all, no matter what happens. But say, there's not a path forward for me, but let me think about what's better for the health of the Democratic Party rather than for Medicare for all and free public college and et cetera. The knock on Sanders, though, is that he doesn't do that. You heard Pete Buttigieg in the debates, and now Joe Biden's kind of taking up that mantle by saying, you are so intransigent. You do not have the health of the Democratic Party in mind. And then they extend that to say, what about taking back the Senate? There's a competitive Senate race in Michigan potentially in November. What about keeping the House? Sanders isn't going to work with us. Why should we elevate him in the Democratic Party, even if he's not going to be a nominee? So there's this bad blood that goes both ways, I think. I don't see it ending anytime soon, just like I don't see this primary ending tonight.
And Amber, in brief, we heard very different speeches from the candidates last week. We heard a different tone from each of them. Sanders really contrasting himself against Joe Biden. Will you be listening for that as well tonight?
Yeah, absolutely. Sanders has talked about, and Bob laid it out again, Iraq and the trade and NAFTA votes, and today on social media they went after Biden for not being eloquent and trying to attack or go after someone who was going after Biden on guns. Attack's not the right word, so I'm struggling for the word there. Yeah, Bob.
That was a fascinating moment, that exchange today with the auto worker in, I believe it was Detroit. And
we'll talk more about that in a moment because I think we need to dig in on that.
Okay.
It was a fascinating exchange, and it was one of those unscripted moments, which we will talk about in just a moment. But first, we have a live update coming up from our health policy reporter in just a little bit who's been covering the coronavirus. We'll also have some fresh primary results from Michigan, so stay with us.
Through the AT&T network, edge-to-edge intelligence gives you the power to see every corner of your growing business. From managing inventory to detecting and preventing threats, to scaling up your production, giving you a nice big edge over your competition. That's the power of edge-to-edge intelligence.
You want a nominee who's a Democrat, an Obama-Biden Democrat. Join us.
Let's win on Tuesday. Let's win the Democratic nomination. Let's transform this country.
A look at the state capitol in Jackson, Mississippi, where the Washington Post is projecting Joe Biden will win the state tonight. This is live election 2020 coverage from the Washington Post. Well, it's now just after 8:30 here on the East Coast, and there's already a lot of breaking news on this big primary night. Here are some of the biggest headlines so far. Joe Biden is notching some early victories tonight, with the Washington Post projecting he will win both Mississippi and Missouri. Coronavirus is changing the campaign hour by hour. Both Biden and Bernie Sanders called off their rallies tonight, and next week's Democratic debate in Arizona will now be held without a studio audience. Let's go back to Jeremy Bowers leading our Election Insights team. So, Jeremy, we have some action on the board now. What can you tell us?
Yeah, we've got live votes in the state of Michigan. Now, this is the crown jewel for us tonight. There's 125 delegates in play, as we've been mentioning, and we finally have some results to talk about, which is pretty exciting for me. So let's talk first about the places where the Sanders campaign is doing particularly well. He's doing well in the same county that has the state of Grand Rapids, which is Kent County. Now, this is a place that Sanders did exceedingly well in 2016, and so it's no surprise. It's an urban area, and it's a place that looks a lot like Sanders supporters. There's also some interesting Sanders votes here in where the University of Michigan is, in Waukesha County. And we see that Ann Arbor is a place where Sanders would expect to do well. Again, university students, young voters, this is a place where he's going to rack up votes. But there's just not a whole lot of votes here to be had. There are plenty of votes elsewhere in the state, though. Let's look and see where the Biden campaign is doing well. So now we have some early votes just north of Detroit in Macomb County. And we're seeing that these are the kinds of voters that Biden is going to do well with. This is just outside the city of Detroit. These are going to be African-American voters. They're going to be white, non-college educated voters, and they're going to be older voters. These are exactly the kinds of voters that the Biden campaign has been turning out in not quite record numbers, but certainly in a higher rates than we would have expected. Now, there are other parts of the state that are probably going to begin reporting soon. Some of them a lot smaller because some of those urban areas like Wayne County are going to take particularly long to report tonight. We're still also waiting for the northern and northwestern part of the state to report, the peninsula, the Yoopers. And when those finally come in, those are likely going to be pretty strong for Bernie Sanders. And those are the kinds of places we'll be keeping an eye on for you tonight.
Okay, Jeremy, so what does Bernie Sanders need to do tonight to stay in the running?
You know, it's going to have to be something interesting in Michigan. He's going to have to pull off the same kind of upset that he did in 2016. And the way that he would do it is by picking up more of those white working class voters that the Biden campaign has been doing pretty well in other parts of the country. The other thing that the Sanders campaign needs to do well in tonight is the states that we haven't had a chance to talk about yet, the states of Idaho and Washington. Now, Washington state is relatively large. There are 89 delegates available there, and it's a state where they were conducting mail-in campaigns. This could actually work out really well for the Sanders campaign because many of those ballots were mailed before Joe Biden's resurgence on Super Tuesday. That means that the Sanders campaign might be able to pick up extra votes that they wouldn't normally get, and those late-breaking voters, maybe they've already sent their ballots in and they didn't disqualify them. So this is a way that the Sanders campaign might be able to outperform even its most recent performance. So for more on that, Libby, we're going to throw it to you in the studio, and as we get updates, we'll give them to you.
Great. Thanks so much, Jeremy. Well, here with me in our studio, national political reporters James Hohmann and Bob Costa, as well as Amber Phillips, reporter for The Fix. James, I'm interested in your reflections on some of those Michigan areas that Jeremy's focused on.
Yeah, so Kent County, I was there this weekend. I talked to 40 voters. And so Bernie Sanders won Michigan by 17,000 votes. More than 1 million ballots cast in 2016. He won by 17,000. His margin in Kent County, which included Grand Rapids, was 17,000, and he won the county by 30,000 votes. It is a very conservative part of the state. It's Gerald Ford's hometown. It's his old congressional district now. Justin Amash represents it. Sanders had a huge rally there. 10,000 people showed up. He also had a rally on Sunday night with Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez in Ann Arbor, those two places that we were seeing early numbers for. The question is, so then the Biden campaign sent Amy Klobuchar to Grand Rapids on Saturday, and then Biden himself went on Monday. The goal of that was not to stop Sanders from winning in a place like Grand Rapids and Kent County. It was to reduce his margin. Those early returns suggest some success in doing that. One of the most stunning things about the 2016 Sanders upset is that he lost metropolitan Detroit and still won the state. That never happens in a Democratic primary because so much of the vote is around Detroit. But he lost Wayne County, which is urban Detroit, very heavily African American, and those other two counties we were just looking at, Macomb especially. So Macomb was close, but he still lost it by 2 points. And Macomb, which is kind of a tradition, that's the Stan Greenberg's book about the Reagan Democrats, was literally about Macomb County. And Trump blew it out there in the general election. That was like sort of ground zero for the shift from Obama in 2012 to Trump in 2016. And so that's one that's interesting to watch in this context of the white working class. But Sanders has proven that he's able to win in Michigan without doing well in Metro Detroit. Has tried to make some inroads there. And, one of the challenges for us as we watch results tonight, Libby, is that the city of Detroit is they're slower about getting results in, and that's going to be the part of the state where Biden is strongest. So we sort of could expect that the vote count will stay close as the numbers start to come in. And some of those rural areas where Sanders should do better will post numbers first, and then we'll get a big crush of numbers that should be for Biden later.
Okay, so don't tune out early.
Exactly,
We'll stick with us tonight. I want to get back to this interaction that the former vice president had as he was touring an auto plant in Detroit today. First of all, set the scene for us, Bob.
Well, to set the scene, you had the vice president visiting an auto plant, and a worker came up to him. I'm not sure the worker's political affiliation or his name. Do we know it? Has it been reported? But in short, in brief, this worker challenged VP Biden on his record on guns, and he said, paraphrasing the voter, he said, "You're coming after my guns." And at that comment, VP Biden said, "Whoa," and then he used an expletive to call out that voter. And so you had a testy exchange as workers were holding their cell phones in the air, recording it, as reporters recorded it. It was one of those campaign trail moments that you think, as a reporter, you're always ready when you see that pop up on Twitter or right in front of you on the campaign. This could be a moment, a defining moment that kind of shows Biden lashing out. It shows issues about his gun control stance among some voters who are working class, industrial workers, yet it hasn't exploded yet politically in a way that's changed the race. Actually, talking to some Biden allies today about it, I called them up, and they said, well, they don't mind it because Biden showed energy.
Yeah.
And a Trump person also said, I don't understand why the Trump campaign is blasting this out. This makes Biden look like a fighter.
Right, because the staffer tried to stop him, and he took control and told the staffer to shush and kept engaging and
then
really pushed back.
explained his position on guns. And here we are having this conversation, and what's the bottom line of the conversation? No, Biden doesn't support taking away your guns, and in fact, that really upsets him if you allege that he does that.
Other interesting element of this was the voter, the guy was like, well, he's seen this viral video, and Biden pushed back against that. I mean, there is this issue that there have been fake videos pushed out by President Trump even about Joe Biden. And so this is going to be a contentious issue on the campaign trail, and it is something that all the campaigns are going to try to sort of nip in the bud when it comes after that, Amber.
How do you do it? How do you fight the disinformation campaign that is coming after all of them? I think, but right now it's particularly targeted at Biden, and we're seeing the real-world impact of that. Can you make a viral moment every time? So that's what the news is talking about. I don't know that you can. You can't use a curse word every time someone uses disinformation to accuse you of the wrong policy. I think you're right, Libby, to dig a little deeper than just the back and forth on guns to talk about what created this moment. And it's a really troubling thing for all the campaigns to deal with right now if you talk to election experts.
Turning back to Biden's reaction, we're not getting a whole lot of these unscripted moments all of a sudden, James, because the campaign really is locking him down. I mean, as you guys have been reporting on the brevity of these speeches he's been giving, there have been no long family story tangents. There haven't been sort of rambling commentary. So they are very aware of how they want to portray the candidate. And here was a moment where they didn't have total control.
Well, and this is kind of Biden being Biden in a way that works. This is part of, this can it can play both ways. That exchange very well could have gone off the rails in a bad way for Biden. Or someone could have challenged his knowledge on something and he could have struggled. But this is what people like about Uncle Joe. But a lot of his most famous gaffes have happened on the rope line in situations, like this, where he's engaging one-on-one with someone.
But his campaign isn't calling this a gaffe. I mean, that's
this is not a gaffe. No, this is not a gaffe. This is sort of like, I think that you couldn't have planned it better. It makes him look like a fighter. It makes him look like he's got vinegar. And that's what a lot of the criticism of Biden from the Sanders wing of the party is that, Biden's not a fighter. We need someone who can go, and that's Biden's showing he is.
All right, well, the Post's Hannah Jewell joins us now from Detroit, Michigan. Now, she's in an election watch party taking the pulse of some of those upper Midwest voters. So, Hannah, so much of what we see on the debate stage and on social media focuses on the divisions between candidates. But what are you hearing from voters?
Hi, Libby. So I'm here at Public Thrift, which is a worker-owned and operated pop-up cooperative thrift store. I hope I got all that right, here in Detroit, Michigan, and talking to voters here as well as elsewhere in Michigan and around the country, frankly, I've found more people than you would expect if you just sit around on Twitter all day, perhaps, as we all do, journalists especially. There's more people than you would think who like both candidates. I spoke to one couple at the Joe Biden rally last night who said they loved all of the candidates and they had a really hard time choosing because they just deeply loved everyone in the Democratic field. We found a similar story talking to voters this morning at their polling place here in Detroit. Let's take a look.
I voted for Bernie Sanders. I really believe in what he stands for, and I know he's been fighting for it for his whole career. And it's a lot of things that align with my values. I feel like people who vote for Biden, they're motivated by sticking to the status quo of what we've been doing for 4 years. And I feel like a lot of people think Bernie is too radical, but his ideas are not that radical for what we need in society.
I like Bernie's ideas, but a lot of his stuff, I'm wondering how's he going to pay for it. It's a lot. On the news, I saw that it was looking at trillions of dollars. Where's that money going to come from? And as a taxpayer, I'm a little concerned about that. I like Joe. I like his fatherly vibe that he gives to the people. And also with Bernie, I'm concerned about his health because he had the heart attack during the campaign promise. And both of them are very elderly, so who's going to be their running mate in the event that something occurs? So those are my concerns. But right now, I'm voting for for Joe. I like them both, though. I like them both. But I'm going with Joe Biden.
So I'm here with Desmond, who is one of the owners and operators, is that right, at Public Thrift?
That is true.
And Desmond, we've heard from some voters just now who like both candidates. That's not the case for you. You're a diehard Bernie Sanders supporter, as far as I can tell. What is it that you like about him so much?
Well, I like that Bernie is fighting for the little man. He isn't worried about giant corporations and their influence in politics. And as a black Detroiter, I have watched my mother fight for health care for me and herself and my brothers and sisters for a very long time. And now as an adult, I have to work so hard, 2 or 3 jobs and own a business and still can't afford to pay for health insurance. All of those things really affect me, and he is listening and trying his best to get those things into actual legislation.
What do you think motivates a Bernie Sanders voter versus a Joe Biden voter?
Understanding and feeling like he's actually a friend that you can talk to, and he hears you and he understands what you are going through as a person who doesn't have millions of dollars to do whatever they want.
You said to me earlier you might run for office someday. Is that true?
That is true. I'm going to start here locally, and then after my 35th birthday, I'm going to try to become the president of the United States.
You told me earlier you identify more as a Detroiter than a Michigander. Can you tell me why that is?
Because I've lived my entire life in Detroit, and outside of these borders, I am not as welcomed in Michigan in certain places. So, this is a pride thing for me, and I think it's for a lot of Detroiters.
How will you feel if Bernie Sanders doesn't do so well in Michigan tonight? I know that votes are starting to be counted, and we don't know how it's going to go.
I'll be really, really sad. I can't officially say that like right now that's going to deter me from voting. I have been being a big child saying that it will, but it won't. Like we have to move forward, and I will have to vote for whoever wins.
But maybe with less enthusiasm.
A lot of less enthusiasm, just like so much.
Well, thanks so much for speaking to us. We're going to send it back to you for now, Libby. Till next time in the thrift store.
Thanks so much, Hannah Jewell, live tonight for us in Detroit. Well, Lee Powell is in Mississippi, where Joe Biden is projected to register a convincing victory tonight. So, Lee, this result is not very surprising, is it?
Libby, no surprise about that call for Mississippi for Biden. You know, he swept South Carolina and Alabama, two southern states where the black vote was key. And he's done the same here in Mississippi tonight, where ballots are starting to come in here at the county circuit clerk's office in Jackson. Biden seems beloved here in the Magnolia State, but this year the love for Biden has taken on a religious feel. They said Joe Biden was politically dead, but...
Don't you know this? That we are the Easter people. We get up again because Jesus got up. Glory.
But if I'm the comeback kid, there's only one reason I've come back. The African American community all around the country.
We want Trump out. We want Trump out, and we think Trump needs to go, and we think that Uncle Joe will get him out.
We know Joe. Joe knows us. He's had some involvement in our communities for a long time. And you come to trust whom you know.
If he was good enough to be in the White House, he's, already to be Obama's right-hand man, then he's good enough to be the president.
He got our best interests in heart, and he'll fight for us.
The Biden support here goes way back. Joe Biden has a long history of support in this state and being sensitive to the issues that affect Mississippians.
I'm still kind of on the fence of who I want to vote for the primaries. It just seems like the general public, even though he's made like a resurgence, it seems like the general public doesn't know what they're getting from Biden, and it seems like from the debates he wasn't really that strong, so I'm just trying to see if this will, I don't know, push me over the edge to want to vote for him.
Thank you, let's go get him!
As for Bernie Sanders, he was supposed to be here in Mississippi on Friday for a rally on social justice, but he canceled, going to Michigan instead. Some here took it as a sign that he was effectively conceding Mississippi to Biden. Libby, back to you.
Great, thanks so much, Lee Powell in Mississippi. Let's go back now to our Election Insights team and the Post's Jeremy Bowers. So, Jeremy, you guys have been digging into these exit poll results. You've found some interesting trends. Fill us in.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's start first with the early results that we have in the state of Mississippi. We have a handful of votes now, which is kind of interesting, and I wanted to talk to you a little bit about the pattern that we're seeing there. So, we're seeing some votes up here in DeSoto County, which is one of the largest counties in Mississippi, and as you would expect, given that we called the state early, it's a Biden blowout. Now, for a little bit more on that exit polling question, I'd like to reintroduce you to Lenny Bronner. Lenny is a data scientist on our team. Lenny, you did some digging into those exit polls in Mississippi. What did you see?
Yes, what we found, which is quite interesting in Mississippi, is that the share of African-American voters is a bit down from 2016. And we thought that might harm Joe Biden, but it really doesn't seem to have done so. I mean, he basically won every demographic group. He even won white voters. He won voters under the age of 45, which is usually what Sanders wins. So it's quite the blowout.
That's fascinating, Lenny. There are some other things that were kind of interesting to me in the state, but I'd like to also talk about Missouri while we're up here. Now, Missouri, we have some other votes in as well. We're seeing, again, the same pattern of support that we expected from the Biden campaign. They're doing really well along the eastern part of the state, but instead of ceding votes to Sanders in the west, they're actually winning these counties tonight, which I guess would be pretty representative of a place where we've already called the state for the Biden campaign. Anything that you see inside the exits here that really jumps out at you?
Yeah, so what's also interesting in Missouri is that it seems that Joe Biden is doing better than Hillary Clinton was in 2016 amongst African Americans, or at least Bernie Sanders is doing worse than he did in 2016 amongst African Americans, which is quite interesting too.
That is fascinating. Now, earlier you were talking to me about Grundy County. What was it that was so interesting about this one?
Yeah, so this is really reflective of how poor of a night Bernie Sanders is going to be having in Missouri, because in one of the early precincts that came in Grundy County, Joe Biden won a decisive victory, but the second was Michael Bloomberg and not Bernie Sanders, and he's not been running for a while.
That's right. Bloomberg not even really on the ballot tonight. We're not even showing him on our board because that's how little consequence he is for us. Anyhow, these are the kinds of insights you can expect to see from us throughout the night. As we get more results, we will bring them to you as quickly as we can. Until then, we're going to kick it downstairs to you, Libby.
Thanks so much, Jeremy and Lenny. We'll check back in with you soon. Well, joining me once again, James Hohmann, national political reporter, Amber Phillips, reporter for The Fix, and joining us now at the table, Yasmin Abutaleb, national health policy reporter. So grateful to have you here, Yasmin. You've been so busy covering the coronavirus. I want to talk to you about social distancing and the decisions that are being made now. We're seeing it happen in Ohio with the cancellation of these rallies. We're seeing a lot of questions in Washington about just how the federal government should be handling this. Why is social distancing being seen as so key?
So I think federal officials are pretty clear that you're not going to change the number of cases in the long run, or it's not like we can stop the virus's spread at this point. But with social distancing, you can at least slow its spread and not overwhelm health systems and overwhelm hospitals with huge surges of people coming in with severe symptoms. And in these large gatherings like rallies or conferences, you might have a lot of older people there too who are more at risk. And so the goal really is not to necessarily stop the virus's spread. I think everyone recognizes that time has long passed, but to slow it so that at least the health system can handle the number of patients coming in and make sure you don't have unnecessary deaths from just not having enough resources.
Well, Yasmin, today Vice President Mike Pence was asked about the cancellation of these campaign events. This is at the White House coronavirus briefing earlier this evening. Let's watch.
Vice President, that poster right there, it says to avoid crowding, consider rearranging the large activities. So will the Pence-Trump campaign suspend campaign rallies and other activities?
I think that'll be a decision that's made literally on a day-to-day basis. I thought Dr. Fauci spoke to that yesterday very well, that we're going to, I'm very confident that the campaign will take the very best information and make the very best decision going forward.
Vice President Pence talking today. I want to talk about the political implications of that, but first, Yasmin, can you just update us on how the reaction and the response is going from the White House?
Well, you still have a lot of mixed messages from officials at the top. Most notably, you have President Trump sending pretty different messages from the rest of the health officials who are running the response. Today in the press conference, you had Tony Fauci of the NIH talking about the importance of social distancing and, not having large gatherings of people, and that people sort of need to be prepared and willing to make adjustments to their daily life. And then you had President Trump tweeting just yesterday, we had 37,000 cases of the flu. We didn't change life or disrupt the economy for that. So there's still an unwillingness by the president to sort of emphasize and reinforce the message that his health officials are sending, that, people should be willing to make sort of daily changes to their life to try to slow the spread of this virus and to not think just of themselves. Maybe if you're young and healthy, you're not worried too much about getting it, but to also prevent the spread from higher risk people.
James, this question of whether or not President Trump will go on doing rallies, what are the implications for sort of his campaign, his efforts to run for re-election versus just the basic health concerns that we see other candidates now abiding by based on concerns out of Ohio?
Right.
What does his team need to be balancing?
Well, internally on the Trump campaign, they're also having that balancing act where there's this funny thing. They've now canceled several events, but they keep claiming preposterously that it's because of scheduling conflicts.
Reasons, yeah.
And so they canceled a bus tour that Mercedes Schlapp, who's married to Matt Schlapp, who ran CPAC and interacted and is self-quarantined. She was supposed to be on this bus tour.
So Matt Schlapp ran CPAC, interacted with this person who has coronavirus, who interacted with a range of people who were at CPAC.
Exactly.
And so many of them have self-quarantined now.
Right. And some of whom have the kind of 1 degree of separation from the president. This guy who's quarantined in New Jersey, we don't know his name, interacted with a bunch of members of Congress, some of whom have interacted with the president. Anyway, the White House canceled that bus tour. They've canceled the Melania Trump fundraiser. They've kind of nixed some other things. They keep saying it's because of scheduling conflicts, and they refuse to acknowledge that it's because of the coronavirus, which gets at the tension you're talking about, which is sort of like, why not just say we're doing this? And it's because the president doesn't want to seem like he's disrupting everything. We talked to people who were with the president in Florida over the weekend. He had a fundraiser. He was at Mar-a-Lago. He went golfing. He went golfing. He was shaking every hand in sight. Golfing with several players on the Washington Nationals, actually, and so. It will be interesting to see how the president changes his behavior. What's striking about this is that the president's defiance that Yasmin is talking about he's one of the most germophobic presidents in American history. He loves crowds, but he doesn't like mixing it up with people. He gets super grossed out. Like he's told aides not to come on trips when they had kind of like a cold because he was afraid of getting sick. So it's sort of it's a funny dynamic, and it reflects his fear, as Amber was saying a little bit ago, that this isn't a disease he can tweet away. That this virus is something that I think he's still kind of grappling and contending with.
I think his fear of being perceived as weak is stronger than anything else right now. And that's consistent with everything we know about the president, right? On foreign relations, on his election, and whether Russia was involved, to his negotiations with Congress. Do not seem weak is his mantra, along with do not admit mistakes. And coronavirus, to acknowledge, how serious this is, as his own health officials, as Yasmin is reporting, are saying, to him, risks looking like it seems weak. The problem is if he goes out and hold a campaign rally, he gets a lot of energy off that. That's an intangible benefit to the president and his campaign. He likes doing that stuff. They also get a lot of data from people. I heard, they held one in Texas and people from New Mexico came over, and maybe that state could be in play. There's a lot of information they get at these rallies that they're not going to have anymore if Trump does come out and say and acknowledge that he doesn't have this under control and he can't even do something he really likes to do and is beneficial for his campaign.
Yes, one of the points of irony, though, was you saw the markets just yo-yoing yesterday after a massive plummet, yo-yoing today after a massive plummet yesterday, was you saw people calling for just a clear message from the White House, as well as an acknowledgement by President Trump himself over how life may change in the short term and possibly in the long term. So there is some call for him, even within the ranks of the Republican Party from Capitol Hill, to just call it like it is. And yet we see that resistance.
I think the president's allies know that the best thing for him long term, the president is fixated on the market and the daily numbers and the case count, but I think his allies and members of his administration recognize that the best thing for him long term is to solve this outbreak, to do a good job, to look like they're in control, that they're taking the measures necessary, that they were aggressive in trying to mitigate the spread of the virus and make sure the country is safe, and that these short-term things are not what the president should be fixated on. I think they've had a really hard time getting him to focus on that. He is, of course, very concerned about the economic impact. It's pretty drastic, how much the economy has sort of fallen over the last couple of weeks, and I think he's extremely worried about that. But I think the people within his administration know that if the White House spoke with one clear voice and had one clear message, that would be much better long term, and they could sort of ride out this period.
What will you be watching over the next 24 hours or 48 hours? What would you encourage the rest of us to pay attention to?
I would be curious to see if the president's tone on this changes at all and sort of matches that of even his vice president and his health officials who are saying, they've contradicted him on a number of points. One thing is Trump said anyone who wants a test can get a test. That's just not true. The country doesn't have the capacity for that. And you saw in the press conference today, health officials saying you don't have to get a test. If you have mild symptoms, just stay home. I'd be curious to see if his tone changes on, social gatherings. If, like James was saying earlier, if they start to sort of acknowledge why they're canceling these events and to sort of lead by example from what the health officials are saying to cancel these big gatherings and to see whether he sort of embraces that role or if he still tries to tamp down what everyone else is saying and what the data is sort of playing out.
Great. Well, Yasmin, thank you so much for updating us, and we'll continue to stay posted based on your reporting. There is the coronavirus newsletter the Washington Post is putting out, and everything that you click on that from that link is no paywall. You can read everything. So it is a resource that's quite valuable. Well, the final polls are about to close in Michigan. That's the big prize of the night. So stick with us here at the newsroom of the Washington Post, where we know there are new headlines just moments away. Stay with us.
My name is Matt Visor. I'm a national political reporter at The Washington Post. It's interesting watching Joe Biden and Bernie Sanders. Sometimes it does have the feel of two men debating on the Senate floor. They talk about my friend Joe or my friend Bernie. You know, they both sometimes have a hard time landing a strong punch against the other. I think because there is mutual respect. They've known each other for a long time. That may change over the coming weeks with the stakes now super high for both of them. I think there's questions of whether Joe Biden has started to build a broad, powerful coalition, and Super Tuesday certainly indicated that he had. Suburban women, white working class voters, and of African Americans. That's a powerful group if Joe Biden can continue building off of that. Bernie Sanders talks about a revolution. He's going to bring about something that we've never seen before, almost the left's version of Donald Trump, of completely changing the way that Democrats think about politics. That makes some down ballot candidates a little nervous about what he might do, but it makes his supporters energized to see something new and different. The thing that we hear over and over when we talk to voters is that the single most important thing on their mind is which candidate is best positioned to beat Donald Trump. They may take into account all of these different issues, the ideological positions of Bernie Sanders and Joe Biden, but the overriding concern is which one is going to beat Donald Trump. And I think that's going to be the deciding factor in this race.
Through the AT&T network, edge-to-edge intelligence gives you the power to see every corner of your growing business. From managing inventory to detecting and preventing threats, to scaling up your production, giving you a nice big edge over your competition. That's the power of edge-to-edge intelligence.
What a nominee will bring the party together and not tear it apart.
You cannot beat Trump with the same old kind of politics.
People aren't looking for a revolution, in my view. They're looking for getting things done.
If you're taking lots of money from billionaires, you're not going to be there standing up for the working class.
You want a nominee who's a Democrat, a lifelong Democrat. Join us.
Let's win on Tuesday. Let's win the Democratic nomination. Let's transform this country.
A look at the Gateway Arch in St. Louis, Missouri, where Joe Biden is having a good night. Well, it's now just after 9 o'clock here on the East Coast, and we have big news already. The Washington Post is projecting that Joe Biden will win Mississippi. That's based on exit polling. We're also projecting that Joe Biden will win Missouri, and that's based on early exit surveys. Let's take a look at Michigan, where it is still too early to call. Now, Joe Biden has a lead at this hour with about 23% of the vote reporting. Jeremy Bowers is standing by now with our Election Insights team. So let's go to Jeremy. Okay, zoom in on Michigan for us. What counties should we be keeping an eye on, Jeremy?
Yeah, absolutely, Libby. You know, the story of Michigan tonight is one of strange Biden strengths in places where Sanders did so very well in 2016. Let's take a look here. Now, you can see that the state here is pockmarked with little Bernie Sanders wins. Now, the 2016 version of this map showed Sanders all across the middle of the state and almost the entire Upper Peninsula. Now, the deal is there aren't a ton of voters in many of these counties. There are only few places where there are actually a large number of votes. And one of those counties, Wayne County, which is where Detroit is, will be probably the last one that we get counted tonight. And it's also a place where Joe Biden is going to do very well. So looking at this map right now, I'm already seeing a difficult road ahead for the Sanders campaign in this state. I'd like to show you a handful of counties that illustrate just how rough a night the Sanders campaign is having. First, let's take a look at some places where the Sanders campaign is winning, right? Let's take a look at Kalamazoo. Now, Kalamazoo County is home to the city of Kalamazoo, and it's a place where there are actually a relatively large number of voters. Sanders won this county by almost 23 points in 2016, and he's only barely holding off Biden here by about 2 points tonight. And that's with 94% of the vote reporting. So it's not like there's a ton of votes outstanding that are left for the Sanders campaign to pick up. Now, let's take a look at another place, Grand Traverse County, which is further north in the the state, this is another place where the Sanders campaign did exceedingly well in 2016, and now the margin is down to about 3 points. And this is really the story of the night. The Biden campaign is winning blowouts in a handful of places, and the Sanders campaign, even in the places where they're winning, they're only winning by just a little bit. And those margins are going to be important, especially in a state like Michigan, where Sanders only barely eked out a win in 2016. Now, there's one last thing I'd like to show you about the state tonight, and that is Oakland County. It's a suburb of Detroit, and it's a place where Hillary Clinton had a rough time. She won the county in 2016, but she only won 92,000 votes. There's 25% reporting right now, and Biden has 104,000 votes already in the county. This is a shocking number, and he's probably going to get more as the night goes on. Again, this is a Detroit suburb. It's a place where he should be expected to do particularly well. Now, those three counties sort of illustrate what we're seeing in the state of Michigan and really broader trends for both of the campaigns, Libby.
Okay, well, there was some confusion about Michigan reporting earlier this evening. Jeremy, can you clear that up for us?
Yeah, absolutely. Earlier tonight, there had been some reports that Michigan was going to have trouble getting us results here on election night. But it looks like what's actually happening is just that we're going to have delays in some further out counties and in some places where there were a large number of absentee and early votes that were sent in. Now, those results are not insignificant, but they also aren't going to be so material that we won't be able to talk about the state tonight. We're going to have plenty of results to look at, and we should even have some delegate estimates. But it's possible the state won't be 100% reporting until probably tomorrow afternoon, Libby.
All right, thanks so much, Jeremy. I'd like to welcome my guest this hour here in the studio, national political reporter James Hohmann, senior political reporter for The Fix, Aaron Blake. Hi, Aaron, welcome. And Dave Weigel, national political reporter, also fresh off the campaign trail. Guys, I'm trying to do my social distancing and limit my exposure, but you guys have been everywhere.
Don't we have CGI we can use? Can
yes.
we all be in...
Maybe next week.
I left my little suit with all the little ping pong balls on at home.
It's probably for the best that you did.
Yeah.
Dave, I'd love to get your take on Michigan. You know, we've heard some good breakdowns from Jeremy tonight about the counties to watch, where you're looking for movement. But, you know, as someone who covered the campaign 4 years ago, and you've been out in Michigan talking to voters, where are you focused on this evening?
Well, I was in the state mostly with the Sanders campaign, with some of the Biden campaign surrogates, and it was put very well there. It wasn't just that Hillary Clinton lost the state last time, it was that there was low turnout for her in general. There was reasonable turnout for Sanders. Some of it was a big protest vote, as we're seeing tonight. So it's not so much the even the percentages in these counties. It's the volume. And in the suburbs in Wayne County, which is Detroit, but also a lot of suburbs, it was just barely come in. What really did in Clinton is that she won that by a smaller margin than she should have. Very little is in tonight. Biden's winning that by a ton. Oakland County, he's winning by a ton. Macombie's winning by a ton. And the rural vote for Sanders makes up much less. I mean, more than half of the vote is going to be cast basically in southeast Michigan, but that rural vote has all gone away from Sanders. He's not winning rural places. He's winning places with very liberal towns, voters who've stuck by him. But look at Washtenaw County with Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti. That is one that he won solidly last time. He's now just a couple single digits ahead of Biden, and we're not really sure what happened to these voters who were going in the last minute, registering on the final day. But there's no path for him to win Michigan based on what's coming in. It's probably going to be a rout for Biden.
What were you hearing from the campaign as they were, on the ground trying to sort of activate and have a repeat of 4 years ago?
Yeah, well, they didn't have a strategy beyond doing what worked for them last time, and this is not last time. This does not have, for example, a Republican primary happening with moderate independents going to vote for that against Trump instead of voting the Democratic primary. This is a very big factor, honestly, that people thought in Michigan Clinton was going to win by such a big margin they could cross over. This happens in states with open primaries. I don't think and you could tell from talking to the Sanders campaign, they never calculated what his vote was. They have never been ready for a high turnout election where the high turnout is independents and moderates voting for Biden. So with Sanders in Flint, in Detroit, one thing that stood out is his crowds were very white. They were very young. They did not look like those cities, meaning he did not cross over and get people in the last 4 years who didn't vote for him last time. Turnout was sizable. It was not that big for Biden, but this is another state where even though Sanders has the organization, Biden had to catch up at the last minute. The people who just are aware there's an election and want to choose the nominee and maybe not were ever targeted or canvassed are coming out for him en masse.
Well, let's switch from Sanders to Joe Biden and check in with our colleague Cleve Whitson, who is reporting on the Biden campaign for the Washington Post, and he is now, surprise, in Philadelphia. So, Cleve, what is your lead story tonight?
Hey, Libby. The lead story is to be decided, right? Because Joe Biden takes the stage in about 15 minutes or so, and will tell us what he thinks of today's primary. It was just a really strange day. I thought the biggest news story of the day would be, Joe Biden yelling profanities at a IBEW union member in Michigan, but coronavirus fears have kind of sent us rocketing across America, and we ended up in Philly after he canceled an event in Cleveland.
Cleve, are you still with us?
I'm still with you. Can you hear me?
Yeah, we can. Okay, Cleve, take us back to that interaction that the former vice president had with a man who came up to him with concerns about guns and the Second Amendment. How is the Biden campaign viewing that interaction?
For the most part, I think they're viewing it positively. Biden has taken a very, very strong stance on gun control. He's talked about taking the fight to the NRA. He's, been very, very strong on it kind of throughout the entire campaign. And, despite the profanity there, despite yelling at a union worker, he stood by it. In fact, an hour after Biden had this interaction, he was in Columbus, backed up by Moms Demand Action, talking, additionally about gun control.
Cleve, what are you going to be listening for? What should we be listening for from Joe Biden tonight as he speaks? We've certainly been reading your reporting and listening to folks like James talk about how his addresses have been short. They've been focused. They've been prepared. He's not been going on these tangents and telling a lot of stories about the old days or much of anything else. So what should we be listening for tonight?
I think one of the things that Joe Biden has been doing over the past week and a half, he'll probably continue tonight, is trying to get the entire party to coalesce around him, to try to say that he has an overwhelming support in the Democratic Party, and all of these former presidential candidates that have rallied behind him, and he's kind of making that pitch to everybody that's undecided or that's not with Sanders to come into Biden's camp. I think he's just trying to present himself strongly as the nominee, to present that image, even if he doesn't have the math, the math behind it. I think he's also, if we're being honest, just trying to avoid mistakes, right? That's why his speeches are shorter, it seems. That's why he's kind of limited his exposure to volatile, combustible events, because, if you have a tightly scripted, telepromptered event, there's just less opportunity for there to be a mistake.
Cleve Woodson following the Biden campaign, traveling with them and in Philadelphia tonight. We do expect to see the vice president address someone, not a big room of supporters, but we do expect him to make some sort of address a little while this evening. Cleve, thank you so much for talking with us. Let's bring it back here into the studio. Aaron, it looks like you're crunching a bunch of numbers over there. I've been watching you do like math equations while we've been hearing from Cleve. What is standing out to you right now tonight?
Well, the first thing that I'd point out is that Bernie Sanders in 2016 really ran into somewhat of a ceiling. He had the support of young voters. He had the support of working class white voters. He needed to add to his coalition in certain ways in order to have a chance. He needed to add states that he could win. Of course, he's now losing some of the states that he won in 2016, but we're also seeing turnout in some of these key groups not increase like he needs it to. In 2016, the big reason why the polls got Michigan wrong was it vastly underestimated the youth turnout. That wound up being about 20% of the vote, voters between the ages of 18 to 29 years old. That's not turning out today. The same story in Mississippi and Missouri as well, where about 4 in 10 voters were between the ages of 18 and 44 last time around. Those numbers are just not being equaled. So what we're seeing is the electorates in these states are not as friendly. He's running into that same ceiling that he ran into. And it's happening with black voters as well. I mean, if you look at Missouri, if you look at Mississippi, the deficits that Bernie Sanders has with black supporters are almost carbon copies of what we saw in 2016 with Hillary Clinton. And of course, back then the narrative was, unless Bernie Sanders can do something about his low support among black voters, he simply cannot win a primary in today's modern Democratic Party because of the influence that black voters have over that process. So, if anything, Bernie Sanders has fallen off versus what we've seen in 2016, and he needed to do a little bit better than he did in some of these key groups and also turn them out in higher numbers.
James, this has been a focus, though, of Team Sanders for the past 4 years.
It has, and it's really amazing that he's struggling so much with voters over 45. So that's a great rundown of numbers, and the youth turnout hasn't materialized. He hasn't expanded the electorate, which remember is his whole theory of the case for the general election is if Democrats nominate me, I'm going to bring all these new people into the process. And what Biden and establishment Democrats say back is, if you can't do it in the primaries, how are you going to do it in the general election? And Sanders' struggles with people over 45 dates to a lot of things, including people being very uncomfortable with the idea of a democratic socialist, just being more reluctant to change. But he hasn't made inroads with that community. And so I think he has made some inroads with African Americans under 45, but not over 45. In some ways, I think he's worse off than he was. And so it's not just that Sanders has the same kind of coalition he did. It's that he hasn't, and that he's losing some of it. It's that he's not making inroads with these other constituencies that aren't just part of the Democratic Party. If you're not doing well among people over 45 years old, it doesn't matter what party you're in. You're not going to win a national election. Those are just the people who do tend to most reliably vote and get engaged in politics.
Stand by. We are hearing from our Election Insights team that there is breaking news right now. We are now ready to call the race in Michigan. The Washington Post is projecting that Joe Biden will win Michigan. The Wolverine State, Michigan has 125 delegates at stake tonight. That's the biggest haul of the night. Let's head back now to the Post. Jeremy Bowers with the Election Insights team. So, Jeremy, what's the map showing you?
Absolutely, Libby. One of the things that we were talking about earlier tonight was that strong base of Biden support in the state of Michigan. And, it's certainly not surprising, given what we had seen earlier in the night, to see that we're going to get a race call relatively soon. Let's look and see exactly why this is happening. Now, Bernie Sanders won the state in 2016, not by a large margin, by a pretty small one. And it was surprising. He was polling consistently behind Hillary Clinton in this state and managed to eke out a win, largely because of his strength with young voters and with white voters. Now, tonight we're seeing the exact opposite. Joe Biden is winning parts of the state that Sanders did very well in 2016, and even in the places where he was supposed to be very, very strong, we haven't even seen those votes come in yet. Like, for example, Wayne County, just we're here in Detroit, we have like about 50% reporting 105,000 votes for Joe Biden, just 80,000 votes for Bernie Sanders. A lot of the votes that are left to be counted are going to be Biden votes. So this is another big win for the Biden campaign. The thing we'll be watching tonight, the margin between the Biden and Sanders campaign here. Again, there's 125 delegates in play. And so if Sanders can at least keep it close, he can pull off some of those delegates and it won't be quite so bad for him. Though if the Biden campaign can keep running up the score, they could walk away with an absolute load of delegates from the state tonight, Libby.
Thanks so much, Jeremy. We'll check in with you in a little while. Dave, what does a win in Michigan mean for Joe Biden, and perhaps more importantly, what does a loss in Michigan mean for Bernie Sanders?
I can deal with the Sanders part first.
Yeah.
It's you don't like to make gigantic pronouncements, but Sanders was never honest with himself about why he did as well as he did in the last cycle, and he spent 4 years building a coalition, building a campaign plan on an incorrect theory of the American electorate, which was that everyone who voted for him last time agreed with his message. He has made major inroads with that message. I'm not sure that he made many in this campaign. I think they were mostly made in the last one. So you'll see in the exit polls, most people in the Democratic Party now agree with Medicare for all, agree with single payer. They agree on the $15 minimum wage. He won on his issues, but he thought that the voters, the rural voters who turned out and voted for him, like in places like Oklahoma we saw last week, like West Virginia, that like we might not see in May if the primary is still going on that long. He assumed they were part of his coalition, and they really were not. They were with him because they wanted to protest Hillary Clinton, and suburban voters were on the other side. And in states with open primaries, which is a lot of the map tonight, basically all the map tonight, they were voting for moderate Republicans, and they moved over. So Sanders just has never thought about the electorate in that sense, and it is too late for him to retool. He's run a very left-wing campaign that does not appeal to those sorts of voters, does not appeal, very importantly, as we've seen in Mississippi, to black voters. They just were never bought on into this, and you're going to see in the margins he loses by in Wayne County, Oakland County, in the South, in Missouri tonight, that he never made inroads because he didn't think he needed to.
Let's turn now to Joe Biden's story and our colleague Rhonda Colvin, who's in Cleveland. Now, that's where Joe Biden was planning to hold a rally tonight before the coronavirus changed things. So, Rhonda, besides tonight's move to Philadelphia, how have things altered for the Biden campaign since Super Tuesday?
Well, that momentum that he experienced on Super Tuesday, that just seemed to follow him throughout the whole week. And I think it's what could have led to that big news there in Michigan, where he has won that state. Top of the day, we had 55 mayors throughout the country decided to put their support behind him. That was a big announcement and endorsement for his campaign. These were mayors throughout cities across the country, states that are voting today, next week, and at the end of the month. They were mayors that had formally supported Mayor Bloomberg of New York, and they decided to write a letter and say, look, we're going to put all of our support behind Joe Biden. You also have most of his serious rivals in the contest to be president. They've come out for him, and you've had many of them become not only supporters, but they're headlining events for him. You had Senator Klobuchar doing several events in Michigan throughout the weekend. Of course, maybe she was able to strike a Midwestern tone with Michiganders, and it's very, very interesting to hear that news and try to dissect what led up to it. And then, of course, we had two major announcements in the last 2 days. We had Cory Booker yesterday come out for Joe Biden. We also had Senator Kamala Harris come out for him, and both of them did an event in Detroit yesterday with the governor of Michigan, who is Governor Whitmer, and she was standing there. The two of them were standing there, and I want to play a clip now of what that event looked like in Detroit yesterday.
And there is one man now who's ready to go to the center of the arena, who is our best shot to beat Donald Trump. He is the best one to heal the soul of America. He is the best one to bring dignity back to that office. He is the best one to stand up for all of us in America. And that person is one person. That person's name is Joe Biden.
I believe in Joe. You know, one of the things that is so reflective of his personality is when he says there is room for everyone. But that's who he is. That's really who he is. He is an individual who has lived a life of incredible service to others. He has made great personal sacrifices in his life. He has experienced in life great pain and great glory. He understands who people are.
It's time for America to get back up and once again fight for the proposition that we hold these truths self-evident, that fight for the notion that America has to lead the world and lead Americans to this new place, this new generation. Look, I view myself as a bridge, not as anything else. There's an entire generation of leaders you saw stand behind me. They are the future of this country.
Now, you'll remember back during the debates, those two members of Congress and his former colleagues, they came out against him a lot. There were a lot of clashes in the early debates with Senator Harris, who talked about his criminal justice background and other things that she found damaging to him. And then Cory Booker also went after him as well. So it's interesting to see them give such impassioned speeches right now. They really came out from the crowd, really thought that was great. You could hear the applause. They got a lot of people enthusiastic there in Detroit, and those two endorsements could have potentially put him over the edge there in those areas. Another thing with the Biden campaign, they experienced a big uptick in fundraising in the last 5 days. They raised about $22 million by last Friday, and Joe Biden, he addressed donors over the phone in Virginia on last Friday, telling them thank you, telling them that there's a long road ahead. He also expressed concern that this might be starting to become a nasty fight between he and Bernie Sanders supporters. So there's a lot to dissect about today's news and the results that have been called, and we're still here in Cleveland. And I talked to voters today at polling sites who told me that they weren't exactly enthusiastic about Biden, but now that the field is quite smaller, they feel more comfortable coming out in support of him. Back to you, Libby.
Great. Thanks so much, Rhonda Coleman in Cleveland. And let's now go to our colleague Joyce Koh, also in Cleveland. Joyce intending to cover the Sanders rally tonight, but that was canceled as well because of concerns about coronavirus. So, Joyce, Super Tuesday was disappointing for Bernie Sanders. Has the campaign changed its strategy and pivoted in the past week?
Well, Sanders was certainly hoping that a slight change in his strategy would help him tonight, especially in the state of Michigan, where he had spent some time in the lead up to tonight. But after seeing Michigan now being called for Joe Biden, it's clearly a disappointing finish for the Sanders campaign. In the last week or so, we've seen Sanders sort of ramp up these media appearances, appearing on the Sunday morning talk shows, as well as a Fox News town hall in Michigan, sort of trying to rally for votes there. And he was also on the networks just last night talking about the coronavirus. So a lot more media appearances from Sanders. In addition to that, we saw him release several new ads. One of those ads featuring former President Barack Obama's voice in sound bites, seemingly praising Senator Sanders, very reminiscent of those Bloomberg ads that we saw while Bloomberg was running for president, as well as we saw an ad featuring former Vice President Joe Biden, and Sanders juxtaposing his message and ideologies with that of the former vice president's. It's very similar to what we've heard him talk about on the campaign trail in the last week. A lot of attacks on Joe Biden. Take a listen to what he had to say to supporters in St. Louis just yesterday.
If you are talking to working class people all over this country, who is better able to win their support? Joe Biden voted for the war in Iraq. I voted against the war in Iraq. Joe Biden voted for the Wall Street bailout. I helped lead the effort against the Wall Street bailout. Joe voted for disastrous trade agreements which have been horrific for the Midwest. Now, my point here is not to criticize Biden. My point here is to ask you to think that in a general election, which candidate can generate the enthusiasm and the excitement and the voter turnout we need?
Now, Sanders went into this race extremely focused on voter turnout. The idea that if he could increase the amount of people going out to vote in the primaries, that he would benefit from that increase. But we see that didn't necessarily happen. Even in early states that he won the popular vote in, states like Iowa, he was still failing to increase turnout, and that could have been an early indication that he was not expanding his coalition as quickly as he had hoped. Last week on Super Tuesday, even, we saw the states that did have an increase in voter turnout, states like Virginia, actually go to Joe Biden instead. And tonight, with his finish in Michigan, Senator Sanders' finish in Michigan, it could mean trouble for his campaign. Libby?
Thanks so much, Joyce Coe in Cleveland tonight. Aaron, we've talked about Mississippi, Missouri, Michigan, all going to Joe Biden. Let's talk about the other three states in play tonight.
Right. So Michigan was obviously the big delegate prize here. The fact that Joe Biden has now won those three states that comprise 63% of delegates on this night and looks to have won them all by pretty sizable margins, at least judging by the early calls that we've seen, especially in Missouri and Michigan. That's huge. The three states that are left, all three states that Bernie Sanders won by decisive margins in 2016. All three of those contests back then were also caucuses, and now they're primaries. What we've seen in these earlier contests is that caucus states that have moved to primaries, and there are a lot of them, there are very few caucuses that are left, have gone strongly against Bernie Sanders. When the electorate is bigger, he struggles. So we'll see. He might be able to pull off some wins in these states, perhaps. Washington State looks very close according to the polls. Idaho is very unpredictable. North Dakota, we haven't really seen polling out of these states. But this is a delegate race now. Bernie Sanders has not notched the delegates that he wanted coming out of California. He hasn't been able to narrow his deficit with Joe Biden, and Joe Biden is going to be able to build that delegate lead after tonight, which is really all that matters. And the trajectory of this race is that it's not clear where Bernie Sanders is going to suddenly start winning those delegates, because right now he's basically only winning in the West, and that's really all he can win tonight, the Great Plains and the West. So, watch the delegates. Very big night for Joe Biden, but also just not enough left in the tank, both tonight and in the next couple contests here.
What are you going to be watching from those Western states, James?
That suburban turnout number. So Washington State, because it's mail-in ballots, there always is higher turnout. It's a lot easier to just drop a ballot in the mail. On the spectrum from having to show up at a caucus and stand around and move around to having to go vote at a polling place at an elementary school or a senior center to just being able to drop it in the mail. It makes it so much easier. But if there's a big suburban increase in turnout in kind of the ring counties around Seattle, and does that break for Biden? Because I think a lot of those suburban voters, that we think of Seattle as super liberal, but a lot of the suburban voters around Seattle just are kind of moderate Democrats. It's not as liberal as most viewers might think.
Dave, let's bring you into this conversation. What are you going to be watching from those Western states?
The same thing, and we've seen that there is strength in states with heavy early voting for Mike Bloomberg and Elizabeth Warren. Elizabeth Warren campaigned in Washington State, got gigantic crowds. I think she will have a pretty decent residual vote there. So it's a state that Sanders could still hold on to. But Idaho is going to be an interesting test of the delegate math, because it wasn't just that Sanders won last time, it was that he won by such landslides that he was able to catch up for a while. If you look at what he was saying at the very end of the race in April and May, he would count how many of the last X contests he won. We've won 8 of the 9 last contests. We've won 10 of the 11 last contests. It was because he was getting these landslides in caucus states. And tonight there are 3 caucus states, mostly in the West, North Dakota, Idaho, and Washington, that have moved to primaries. So if he's even running even there, he's devastatingly behind in the delegate count. And he will enter next week. This week is the best thing he's got going for him in this month, because next week we head to Ohio, Arizona, Florida, and Illinois, all places that are worse for him demographically than Michigan. Then we head to Georgia. So he's looking, if he doesn't end this night up in delegates, which he probably won't, looking at be down, by 250, 300 by the end of the month, and unrecoverable from that.
Dave Weigel will stand by here. We are expecting remarks from Joe Biden pretty soon, so stick around. We'll be back in just a moment.
Through the AT&T network, edge-to-edge intelligence gives you the power to see every corner of your growing business. From managing inventory to detecting and preventing threats, to scaling up your production, giving you a nice big edge over your competition. That's the power of edge-to-edge intelligence.
Do you want a nominee who's a Democrat? An Obama-Biden Democrat? Join us.
Let's win on Tuesday. Let's win the Democratic nomination. Let's transform this country.
A look at Jackson, Mississippi's City Hall, used as a hospital during the American Civil War. You're watching live election 2020 coverage from The Washington Post. It's now just after 9:30 here on the East Coast, and the big prize of the night was the state of Michigan, and The Washington Post can project that Joe Biden will win that key state. Let's take a look at the latest results from Michigan, with about 37% reporting. In other headlines tonight, Joe Biden is projected to win Mississippi and Missouri. And concerns over the coronavirus forced both Biden and Bernie Sanders to cancel their rallies tonight. We are expecting Biden to speak from Philadelphia. Stay tuned for that. We expect that shortly. Jeremy Bowers is standing by now with our Election Insights team. So, Jeremy, we've had that race call in Michigan. Give us some more insight into how the Biden campaign put together that win tonight.
Yeah, absolutely, Libby. You know, it's a pretty big win for him there. And one of the things that we've been looking into is some early indications that perhaps there's a suburban vote to be had. I'd like to make sure before I get started on the map, I want to introduce again Lenny Bronner, a senior data scientist on our team. Lenny, let's take a look real quick at that state of Michigan. And, you know, I'm looking here. We've got finally a county called for the Sanders campaign. It's Washtenaw County. It's not a surprise because it's home to Ann Arbor, but this is really close. It's really only a handful of votes. And boy, does this speak to how the Sanders campaign is running tonight. You know, even the places where they're expected to do well, they're just doing well by a very little bit. Now, was there anything inside the exit polls that we have from the state of Michigan that might explain a little bit about what's happening to the Sanders campaign here, or maybe why the Biden campaign is doing so well?
Absolutely. So one of the most interesting things that we found was that basically 30% of the Michigan electorate are independents. And in 2016, Bernie Sanders won those by, I think, more than 40 points. But this time, he's only winning those by 10 points. So I think that big difference answers a lot of the questions there. And the second aspect is that amongst African Americans, Joe Biden is sort of getting 2/3 of the vote, which is similar patterns we've been seeing across the country.
You know, earlier when we were talking about this, you mentioned that there was something in the exit polls about how men and women voted in the state of Michigan. Is there anything that's hopping out to you there?
Yeah, so what's interesting is amongst men, it seems to have been basically a tie between the two candidates. But amongst women, it seems that Joe Biden has a 20-point lead.
That is fascinating. And some of that sort of explains non-geographically what we're seeing in the state. You know, it's so obvious that in 2016, Sanders had, wins through most of the state, but it's no longer the case. Tonight, what we're really seeing is a strong path of Biden victory, even in the Upper Peninsula, places where Sanders did really well. We're going to keep an eye out on Michigan, and we still have results coming in from places like Idaho and Washington tonight. So, and when we get those, we'll get them to you. Until then, we're going to kick it back downstairs to you, Libby.
Great. Thanks so much, Jeremy. With me here in the studio, Washington Post polling analyst Emily Guskin. Welcome, Emily. Also, James Hohmann, national political reporter. And we've got our editor of The Fix, Natalie Jennings. So great to see you. Thank you so much to all of you for being here. Emily, let's dig into the polls a little more and what we've learned from the exit polls tonight, specifically focused on these states that we know that Biden has prevailed in.
Right. So we can look at Mississippi, Missouri, and Michigan and see where Biden has done pretty well. And we already heard from Jeremy and Lenny, who said that he's done really well among black voters, and that's undoubtedly true. But Biden's also done really well among older voters. And those voters 65 and older made up a larger share of the electorate than those 30 and under in each of those states. And Biden did really well among those older voters. Almost 9 in 10 voters in Mississippi, 65 and older, voted for Biden, about 8 in 10 in Missouri, and about 3/4 in Michigan. So those are big shares of this older electorate that turned out and voted in this election. We also found that Biden had a lot of support from people who describe themselves as Democrats, which is not surprising. And Sanders has tended to do better among those who call themselves independents, who can also vote in many Democratic primaries and show up and answer the exit poll question. And when they ask them what their party is, they say, "Oh, I'm an independent." But among Democrats, Biden won by double-digit margins. In Michigan, Sanders led Biden by just over 10 points among the 3 in 10 who call themselves independents. But that's way worse than his margin was 4 years ago against Hillary Clinton.
So as this information is being asked of people as they come out of their polling place or as they're making their decision, what sorts of things are we trying to plumb? Are we trying to get at?
So the exit polls are a really interesting part of the American democratic system. There's a coalition of different networks that get together and pay for an exit poll, and they randomly select polling places throughout states where there are these primaries, and they have actual paper. Here's the exit poll from Mississippi from tonight, and it's a paper interview. Some states have 2 pages back and front, but in Mississippi it's just 1 page tonight, and it asks questions, and then those data are quickly sent in to a clearinghouse, I guess, of sorts, and things are added throughout the evening and updated throughout the evening so that we have the information. And there's all sorts of questions. They're similar in some, so we can compare across states. And some states have special questions if there's something important in that state.
Something that stands out to me here is asking what the next president should do in terms of returning to old policies of the Obama administration or changing things up.
That was a question that was special in Mississippi tonight, and about 6 in 10 Mississippi voters so far said that they wanted to return to Obama's policies, and that really helped with Biden's vote because Biden was over Sanders by about 9-1 among voters who said they wanted to return to Obama's policies.
James, what stands out to you about that as Emily's been breaking down the numbers for us? I'm especially fascinating this idea that older voters, which Bernie Sanders knew he didn't have, right?
But
older
he's
voters,
tried.
yeah.
But also, so the gender gap is huge. I mean, that's and we heard in Michigan, and what we're seeing it in other states. I wrote a piece yesterday about Sanders' efforts to make inroads among women. He actually, I think, there's the perception of the Bernie bros. He does better among women than I think the conventional wisdom might suggest. But the exit polls show he's losing women in Michigan by 20 points, which is obviously a blowout. Men kind of within the margin. And Sanders has tried in the last few days. He normally focuses on economic issues in his stump speech, but he started talking about how Biden was against taxpayer funding for abortions until last year. He's attacked him for some old quotes from the 1970s where Biden said Roe v. Wade was wrongly decided, that the Supreme Court went too far. And so Biden, Sanders has been trying really hard to kind of do something to because the majority of Democratic voters are female, to do something there, and it just hasn't worked. And a lot of it's the same suburban women who fueled the Democratic takeover of the House in 2018. And in fact, you saw it with some of the endorsements of Joe Biden in the final days in Michigan. Someone like Elisa Slotkin, there's a handful of freshman Democrats who picked up those seats. All of them sort of broke for Biden, with the exception of Rashida Tlaib, a member of the squad who represents sort of like urban Detroit, who was an early Sanders supporter.
Well, let's head back to Detroit, where Hannah Jewell is talking with voters at a watch party. Hannah.
Hi there, Libby. So I don't know if you can tell behind me, the mood here has shifted at Public Thrift, the co-op thrift store where I've been talking to voters tonight. The DJ's a little quieter. We've called Michigan for Biden, and this is a strongly Bernie Sanders supportive crowd, including I'm here with Michelle, who's a passionate Bernie Sanders supporter. I know we were just talking about Bernie bros. Well, here's a Bernie bro. Do you identify as a Bernie bro, Michelle?
I don't. I identify as a Bernie supporter. I don't really know many people who identify with that term, other than those who believe in him and are excited about what he stands for. So perhaps that, earns a moniker. And I think that other people may have been offended by behavior of people that they use the Bernie bro as a label of someone insensitive. So I don't identify with that, but heck yeah, I support him.
So you volunteered for Bernie Sanders here in Michigan. How does it feel now to be watching these results come in?
It feels surreal, actually. I think I perhaps am in a bubble. I feel that the decision is clear, especially as the candidates have narrowed down. I feel the opposite of inspired by Biden. And so it does feel, to me, really surprising and really disappointing. I thought that as we supported in Michigan, as Michigan supported Bernie last time, that we would do the same this time and really reinforce his candidacy and show that there's a lot of other perspectives out there.
What do you think went wrong in those years since 2016?
I don't know. I think that this election has been different than the last in terms of how quickly it's narrowed up until our primary. There hasn't been a lot of time to really strongly consider Biden exclusively, and so I do think that the other candidates dropping out and endorsing him has gone a really long way. And people aren't necessarily evaluating him on himself, but more so on this coalescing of support. And there's
Will you vote for Joe Biden?
I will, yeah, I will, if I have to.
All right, well, I'll take it back to you, Libby, and I'm going to give you some of my Purell, Michelle. Back to you guys.
Thanks so much, Hannah Jewell, live for us tonight in Detroit. Well, a dominant victory is projected for Joe Biden in Mississippi. Lee Powell was there today talking with voters. So let's check in with him. Hi, Lee.
Well, good evening again, Libby from Jackson. The results of that vote are coming in here at the Hinds County Courthouse. This is the most populous county in the state, where Jackson, the capital, of course, is. You can see some of the election night workers behind me getting in results, getting in materials from all of those precincts around Hinds County. Earlier today, we did go to a polling place. My colleague Alice Lee went to a local library to see what was on the minds of Mississippians as they voted.
I am voting for Joe Biden. Well, I'm voting for him only because he's really for the people. He's not just looking at the presidency as a popularity game. He's looking at for the whole overall, not just for the Black community, but for everyone.
I think I'm just sort of looking for somebody that's going to sort of bring the country a little more together and unify us a little more, and kind of work on both sides of the aisle to kind of stop the separation that I feel like is happening in the country.
I like that he is more moderate. I like that he is a good person that cares. I like that he can work with people. Bernie can't work with people. Bernie he's like Trump. He's just the old man on the other end of the bar yelling.
They say that Biden is pragmatic to vote for him. If your only objective is beating Donald Trump, perhaps that's true, but I don't think that's the only objective before the country. That's an important issue, but it's not certainly the only issue that should validate a candidate's cause or position.
Now, in the last Democratic presidential primary in Mississippi in 2016, it wasn't close. Hillary Clinton won more than 82% of the vote over Bernie Sanders. In 2008, Barack Obama got 61% to Clinton's 36%. Polling this year in Mississippi has been sparse, but the few polls done had Biden with a significant lead. And of course, tonight's results have proven that with the race called early for Joe Biden. Libby, back to you.
Thanks so much, Lee Powell in Jackson, Mississippi. Natalie, a disappointing night so far for Bernie Sanders. Of course, we'll find out more throughout the night about North Dakota, Idaho, Washington states he is hoping to have a better performance in. But what's on the line for him tonight?
Well, I think what's on the line is any sign that he can arrest the momentum that Joe Biden showed last week. And so far, it's looking like a smaller scale. Of course, last week we had 13 states. This week it's 14 states. This week it's just 6. But there were very early and big wins in the night for Joe Biden, coming off of a very early and big win in South Carolina. Whole week has gone by. That remarkable momentum does not seem to have slowed at all. And I think Bernie Sanders really wanted to show that he could do that in Michigan. And we have not seen that at all. So it's going to be a challenge for him to make this argument going forward that he can slow this, knowing what's coming down the road the next couple of weeks in terms of Biden's constituencies.
Absolutely. And Dave Weigel was laying out for us the states coming up are ones that Biden is expected to perform better in. So tonight is quite crucial. James, as you've been following the campaign unfold in Michigan, we did see the Sanders campaign make some last-minute switches and pivot from topics and events that he'd planned to do. Tell us about some of the strategy and how they were sort of moving around the map to try to gain some momentum or curb some of Biden's momentum.
Yeah, so they canceled an event in Mississippi so that they could spend more time in Michigan. I mentioned they were the kind of the very explicit appeal to female voters in the rally in Grand Rapids, but they tacked on events in African American parts of the state. And it was an effort to make inroads with the black community to kind of lower Biden's margin. It does not appear to have worked. And part of it was, Bernie had a rally on Saturday night in Flint, Michigan, and it was an almost entirely white crowd. And what was crazy was that the Sanders campaign had told us in advance that he was going to give a big speech about racial justice and he was going to talk about race. And so we all kind of were there waiting for that. And Sanders showed up and decided to give his normal stump speech, hardly talked about race at all, and then later said, well, I wanted the African Americans to talk about the racial issues on their terms, and I'm not going to, but it was an almost all white crowd in a very African American area. So that, I think, is a reflection of his kind of them changing up the strategy, but in a way that didn't work. Interestingly, the Biden campaign also changed up the strategy because they've seen sort of the ability to put Sanders down in Michigan. So yesterday, Biden also tacked on a super last-minute event in Flint, went with Cory Booker. It was a relatively small crowd because they really did put it together on like 12 hours notice. But it was an overwhelmingly African-American crowd. And so anyway, I think Bernie went all in on Michigan because they realized just how bad it's going to be for his narrative for him to lose here. And I think that they saw the state slipping away. They were trying to prevent a blowout. We still don't know the final margin. And the other part of their strategy was to get their people out. So they added in, one of the challenges for them was last week was spring break for all the college students in Michigan. So Sunday night, they waited until Sunday night and they went to Ann Arbor and they had a huge rally. Like 14,000 people showed up to watch Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez introduce Sanders. It was a very high energy rally. And so that's why those numbers from that county that includes Ann Arbor, where Sanders won, but super narrowly, basically tied. And if he was going to have any chance of winning that state, he needed to kind of massively jack
really
up
well there.
turnout.
Yeah.
And they just didn't do that. So they got the big rally. And in fact, our exit polls show that Sanders supporters are more enthusiastic
and energetic, but that, a vote is a vote.
Yeah.
Everyone gets one vote. It doesn't matter how excited you are to cast your vote.
It's a great point. We did see some surrogates coming out for Bernie Sanders, Jesse Jackson, Cornel West, trying to speak directly to constituents. Compare that, though, Natalie, with the people who have been stumping for Joe Biden, his former competitors from the campaign trail.
Yes, sort of a show of force that he's arranged ahead of some big contests over the last week, and we saw that last night with Cory Booker and Kamala Harris, two people who he sparred with some on the debate stage, who have sort of come around and said, in addition to sort of the local brass that they're pulling out there in these states, these are big national faces that people want to hear from, maybe former supporters of these people, as the word that we've heard a lot around Biden lately is coalesce, and that continues. And we have not seen, someone who hasn't endorsed yet, Senator Elizabeth Warren, is sort of the big wild card here, and we have not seen her do anything to swing momentum one way or the other. So
some frustration from the Sanders
yes,
supporters.
We did hear that today,
yeah.
And then there was backlash to the frustration. Mayor Bill de Blasio tweeted earlier today that come on, Senator Warren, Bernie would have done this for you. That didn't really seem to sway her at all or make her followers very happy. James talking earlier about how they have pulled out all the stops sort of in pivoting their position. There's been a little bit of tweaking their message to women, sort of going after Biden more forcefully, although our colleagues reported that Sanders hasn't seemed as into being as fiery as he typically is when he does that. So we do see them trying to adjust, but the momentum isn't swinging with those adjustments.
Well, it seems like turnout is high for tonight. So for more on that, let's go back to our Election Insights team and the Post's Jeremy Bowers. Jeremy, tell us more about tonight's turnout.
Libby, turnout tonight is sort of shocking. There are individual counties where we're seeing 50, 60, 70% increases in votes. And I'm not the only one who's seeing it. I'm joined here by Lenny Bronner. He's a senior data scientist on our team. Lenny, let's go to the place we were talking about first, which is in Michigan, right? Oakland County is the one that really stood out to us. I need to make sure I get it right because I don't want to forget and get the wrong one. Nope, I did every time I get it wrong. Anyway, Oakland County is a suburb of Detroit, and earlier, Joe Biden is sort of mocking the Hillary Clinton vote from 2016. Clinton got 92,000 votes here entirely. With 50% reporting, Joe Biden is already at 116,000 votes. That's astonishing, and Sanders has 76,000 votes. There's a lot of new votes here, and there are votes like this. This is the same pattern that we were seeing in states like South Carolina and Virginia. What is it that you were seeing in these turnout numbers that it sort of explains what's going on this year?
Yeah, so we took a deeper dive at South Carolina and Virginia, like you said, and what we saw there was that turnout was high everywhere. It increased basically across the board. But most importantly, it increased the most in suburban areas in Virginia, basically, that were close to D.C. I mean, the numbers there were basically off the charts. One of the other interesting things that we noticed in the turnout numbers, especially in Virginia, was that Bernie Sanders, I mean, as you can see, he won in those areas around there, and if you look at precincts, he won a few more precincts over there. And basically, he won in those areas where turnout was down, the few areas in which that happened.
That's fascinating. Floyd County is a great example of this. You can see just not a whole lot of votes there in Floyd County. And these other western parts of the state are relatively small. And those are places where we wouldn't have expected to see, a whole lot of Sanders votes in the first place. Biden won them, but maybe just by not as much. These are the kinds of things that we're seeing tonight. And we're going to kick it back to you for at least a little bit, Libby.
Yeah, thanks so much, Jeremy. One question I do have for you, are you seeing anywhere, dig into this question of what bucks the trend? Where are we not seeing this high voter turnout?
Absolutely. There's at least one good example of that tonight, and that is the state of Missouri. Now, Missouri does have a turnout that has increased tonight. As a matter of fact, our model, which we just managed to start running on it, shows that we're going to increase by about 10% over 2016. But that's nothing like the turnout increases that we were seeing across the board and on the night of Super Tuesday. Now, Lenny, there was one other thing that you said about the model run tonight. What was it that you saw in the state of Missouri that was relatively interesting from the model?
So what we're seeing in Missouri is basically what we're seeing already from the votes that have been cast. So 35% have been reporting, and basically the precincts and counties that are in so far are relatively representative. So the model at the moment thinks that basically this margin is going to stay ahead. Joe Biden is going to get basically around 2/3 of the vote there, maybe a little bit less. But as you mentioned, sort of the model at the moment thinks that turnout in Missouri is going to be up by 10% compared to 2016. But that's, like I mentioned earlier, nothing compared to what we saw in some places in Super Tuesday.
All right, so it's a trend. It's not not everywhere, but it's at least a couple places. Anyhow, as we get more results, we'll make sure to clue you into them, especially as we see things coming from places like Idaho and Washington.
Great,
and
thank
back
you
to you,
so
Libby.
much. Terrific, Jeremy. Thank you. Emily, let's talk more about how people in Michigan are feeling about Joe Biden. What are the exit polls telling us about the who's of supporting Joe Biden? You talked to us about older voters. What else do we know about the demographics?
So there's certain groups that he's doing much better with, and in some cases he's doing better with both groups in a question. So for example, he's doing double digits better among college graduates and among those without degrees as well. So that's both sides of the coin, and that helps. But he's also doing well among both black voters. He's got, I believe he's 40 points ahead of Sanders among black voters, but he's also got double-digit lead among white voters. So that is a group that Sanders had traditionally done a bit better with in some states, but here he's leading among both of those groups. Also, he's doing better, 36 points better right now in preliminary exit polls among voters who say that they want someone who can beat Trump in the general election. So that's a pretty big swath of voters, and that's a pretty solid lead among them.
What about issues? What's driving Biden voters?
So we see healthcare as the biggest issue almost across exit polls throughout the states we're looking at in 2020. And Biden is winning among that group by several points, but he's also winning more among those who say race relations is the biggest issue. They asked about this particular exit poll asked about 4 different issues: race relations, income inequality, healthcare, and one other that I can't memorize right now. He's also, those describing themselves as somewhat liberal. He's doing double digits better than Sanders. Again, Sanders is doing better among those who call themselves very liberal. In some states, it's a little closer, but in Michigan, Sanders is doing 26 points better among those very little.
Natalie, this question of working class voters and where they would go, working class white voters in particular, it's been a coveted group because it did look like it could go either way. It could go for Sanders, it could go for Biden, but we're seeing some powerful numbers here from Emily's reading of the exit polls.
Yes, and that is a sort of a group that a reason that is so interesting is because that could swing the general election too. And Michigan is a prime state. You know, there's so many reasons that Michigan is the state that we're talking about most tonight. It has the most delegates, but it also is that state that went for the first time in many years to President Trump in the last election. And, you know, Vice President Biden, of course, does very well among black voters, but he's also staked a lot of his candidacy on arguing that he can pick up those voters who went for Trump in the last time. You know, maybe they're not the hugest constituency everywhere, but there's enough of them to swing a national election in states like Michigan, as well as Pennsylvania and Ohio and some others that we're going to see.
And if I can interject, I have the numbers on white non-college voters in Michigan, and they're really similar to the white college voters in Michigan. And to go back off of what Natalie said, that's, you know, these are Democratic voters in Michigan, so they don't look exactly the same like the general election voters. But there's a similar vote break among white college and white non-college votors in the state of Michigan right now.
And that's different than Super Tuesday, right? I mean, that's kind of a remarkable thing. That is, and it's a testament to how Sanders' strengths have been kind of eroded as people coalesce, as Emily was saying, just the number of people who want to beat Donald Trump. I think that's the big story, and a lot of rank and file Democrats have decided Biden is their best hope of beating Trump. You know, which is we're so close to it that it's remarkable if you take a step back to think how kind of head spinning the last couple of weeks have been, and how this is sort of we've ended up back where we were for so much of last year, but it didn't. You know, a month ago, it didn't seem like this was when we were together in New Hampshire. It didn't seem like Biden was going to emerge in this position.
You know, Emily, we focus a lot on this question of electability and who can beat Donald Trump, but it is remarkable because, of course, voters want someone who can beat the opponent. But in your polling, it is a number that stands out every time when voters talk about a criteria for who they're going to vote for. The criteria is that someone who is electable, someone who can beat Donald Trump.
And who's to say who's electable, right? We can find that out in an election, but it's an interesting way to look at things. And that is a question asked on every exit poll, whether you'd prefer someone who agrees with you on the issues or prefer someone who can beat Trump. specifically these exit polls. And it's been an interesting metric for each of these. As we've seen people have this idea of electability, that's also tied into late decision voters, I think. A lot of decisions are made at the last minute based on that. And we have different numbers in the states this evening on what late deciders made, those decisions that were made. So in Michigan, Biden won those people who decided in the last few days by a 20-point margin, based on preliminary exit polls. And in Mississippi, he won by an even greater, winning by even a greater margin among that group. But in Missouri, he's losing to Sanders among that group. So it's a really interesting way to look at different states and how people are thinking when they vote.
We only have a moment, but James, you've done some reporting on, of course, looking at Michigan and how it went 2 years ago, right? How 2018 turned out for Michigan, how a Democratic governor was able to win that race, not someone who was far to the left, someone who was a bit more centrist, and that can be a model now, as we see, perhaps for Biden, and perhaps was tonight.
Her slogan was "Fix the damn roads," and it worked. It got her elected. It won over moderates, and I think Biden is going to appeal to those same voters in the general election, like Natalie's talking about in 2020. Michigan, a must-win state for the Democrats in the fall.
All right, great. Well, coming up, we'll talk with our reporter who's covering the Sanders campaign, who got rerouted to Vermont after concerns regarding the coronavirus caused the senator to cancel his planned Ohio rally tonight. And we're still waiting for live remarks from Joe Biden, so stay with us.
My name is Matt Visor. I'm a national political reporter at The Washington Post. I've been covering the 2020 presidential campaign and have followed all of the candidates around the country. Joe Biden and his life has been really marked by grief and by trying to overcome these moments of personal tragedy. As a 35-year-old whose wife and daughter were killed in a car accident, his two boys were injured in that car accident right before Christmas in 1972 as he was getting ready to assume his office in the Senate. His son, Beau, who was in that car accident, died in 2015 from a brain tumor. I think his overcoming of that grief is something that has connected with broad swaths of voters. What we see every day after a Biden event, people will come up to him and they'll tell him that their son died a year ago or that their father's dealing with cancer. Moments of tragedy in their lives. And Biden, he usually just stops and he looks people directly in the eye and he talks to them for a few minutes at times. Sometimes he'll give him a phone number to follow up with him or his staff with. Those are the moments, I think, that those of us who have followed him maybe underestimated how broadly that could be felt. And I think that that's something that we're seeing Biden trying to translate that into a broader appeal. Joe Biden is at a triumphant moment in his political career. He's been a senator from Delaware for 36 years. He's been a vice president of the United States for 8 years, but he's always been a failed presidential candidate. And at this moment, he's a successful presidential candidate.
Through the AT&T network, edge-to-edge intelligence gives you the power to see every corner of your growing business. From managing inventory to detecting and preventing threats, to scaling up your production, giving you a nice big edge over your competition. That's the power of edge-to-edge intelligence.
What a nominee will bring the party together and not tear it apart.
You cannot beat Trump with the same old kind of politics.
People aren't looking for a revolution, in my view. They're looking for getting things done.
If you're taking lots of money from billionaires, you're not going to be there standing up for the working class.
You want a nominee who's a Democrat, a lifelong Democrat. Join us.
Let's win on Tuesday. Let's win the Democratic nomination. Let's transform this country.
You're looking at images of the Fox Theater in downtown Detroit, of course, home to Michigan, where we've seen Joe Biden do well tonight. It's just after 10 p.m. here on the East Coast. As we await results, let's recap what we know so far from tonight's races. Another strong night for Joe Biden, who is projected to win Michigan, Mississippi, and Missouri, continuing the dominating performance he showed on Super Tuesday. Let's go back now to our Election Insights team and the Post's Jeremy Bowers. Jeremy, a lot happening on your board now, so give us the overview.
Yeah, absolutely, Libby. You know, just as a little recap is what's happened so far tonight, we're seeing a pretty dominant night for the Joe Biden campaign. And let's talk a little bit about places where he's done particularly well. We can't start that conversation without first talking about the state of Mississippi. Biden is currently with about 50% reporting at 80% of the vote. This is an absolute blowout win. Now, the thing that we're going to be watching tonight, and I may have talked about it a little bit early on, finishing first isn't necessarily a big guarantee of a win anywhere. And finishing second isn't necessarily super bad because the Democratic primaries are proportional, which means if you get a significant proportion of the vote, even as a second place finisher, you can walk away with a good delegate haul. But look what's happening here tonight in the state of Mississippi. Joe Biden with 80% of the vote, Bernie Sanders right at that 15% cutoff line. That means if he drops even a little bit in the projected vote for the rest of the state, it's possible that he could come away with 0 delegates and Biden could walk away with all 36 of the delegates in Mississippi. Now, this same story is basically repeating itself in other states tonight. Let's take a look at the state of Missouri. In Missouri, we have about 40% of the vote in, and we're looking at 59, maybe 60% of the vote for Joe Biden, about 33% of the vote for Senator Sanders. And what you can see here from the map is pretty obvious. Biden with wins and leading in all the counties that we have counted so far. Sanders does not lead in even a single county, even the ones where there are college students, and those are the people who typically back his campaign. Now, finally, I'd like to talk a little bit about the state of Michigan. Michigan is one of those places where Sanders did very well in 2016, and he's having a really difficult night here tonight. There's a handful of places where he is winning. This Kent County, which is home to the city of Grand Rapids, a place where Sanders ran up the vote in 2016. He's barely holding on here, winning by only about 3 points. And there are other places where we expected him to do well, and he can't even do that. Here in the city, where the city of Ann Arbor is, the University of Michigan, we expect a large number of college students here. This should be a Bernie Sanders stronghold, and it absolutely isn't. Now, there is possible that, the Sanders campaign can pick up a couple of additional votes here. The truth is he's not lagging by that far in the overall vote count. So it's the case that he's still going to pick up a big chunk of those 125 delegates. But it certainly doesn't feel good to have a campaign that did really well in the state in 2016 being so far behind the vote that they had there, Libby.
So what about the states that have yet to be called? So we're looking at Idaho, North Dakota, Washington State.
Yeah, absolutely. The votes that we're really waiting for are in Idaho and Washington. These are places where the Sanders campaign has a legitimate argument to do well tonight. Let's take a look first at Idaho. Idaho is a relatively large state, but it's not very populous. The voters aren't spread out either. They're mostly concentrated here in Ada County, which is where the city of Boise is. And when those votes come in Idaho, we're going to see a lot of votes from the northern parts of the state and the eastern parts of the state, but these are going to be very small counties. Some of them have only a single voting precinct and may have somewhere between 50 and 200 votes in them. What we're really watching is the votes that come in there in Ada County and Boise City. Now, the other thing that we're watching is the state of Washington. The state of Washington has a mail-in campaign ballots, which means voters were able to make their decisions early on and send their ballots in over a long period of time. Now, this could actually benefit the Sanders campaign here in the state. It's fully possible that many of the votes that were cast earlier than Joe Biden's resurgence on Super Tuesday. And so it's possible that Sanders is going to punch above his weight here in the state. But those are the kinds of things we'll be watching for later tonight, Libby.
Thanks so much. I'd like to welcome my guest this hour, national political reporter James Hohmann, also Eugene Scott, reporter for The Fix. Thanks for being here, and welcome back, Dave Weigel, national political reporter. So, Eugene, this is turning out to be a very bad night for Bernie Sanders. Yeah. We still have results to come in, as we heard from Jeremy out west. But what are the calculations the Sanders campaign has to make tonight?
I think the Sanders campaign has to ask themselves, what have they done or have they not done since 2016 to make inroads with older black voters? We know that the Sanders campaign is popular with voters under 30, including black voters under 30, but we know that young voters are not showing up as we expected them to so far in this primary, and there was a lot of hope that they would, because there was a bit of an increase from 2012 to 2016, and even more of an increase during the midterm elections. But so far, as of this election. We just aren't seeing that type of support that we know Sanders has with young black voters lead to votes. We're seeing older black voters who we know have known Biden for years, it's Obama years, 30 years before that, say that they believe he's the best candidate to defeat Trump, or at least to return things to some type of status that is not in the direction that the president would take the country currently.
Well, our colleague Sean Sullivan has had a wild day on the campaign trail with Bernie Sanders, and he joins us now on the phone from Burlington, Vermont, where he followed the candidate back to his home state. Sean, welcome to our show. Please walk us through the last 5 hours of reporting on the Sanders campaign. You certainly didn't expect to be in Vermont tonight.
Yeah, not at this time, at least. The day started in Michigan, where Senator Sanders was visiting some polling places, greeting supporters, answering some questions from reporters. He didn't sound all that confident about Michigan, and I think we can see why, reflected in the returns, at least the preliminary returns tonight. But he was supposed to hold a rally in Cleveland, Ohio, and that's where he was going to sort of, deliver a speech or make some remarks about the evening, but his plans to do that were pretty abruptly scrapped late in the afternoon. His campaign said, look, given the concerns about the spread of the coronavirus, we are not going to hold that rally, and so they had to cancel that at the last minute. And here we are in Burlington right now, which, of course, is Senator Sanders' hometown, but it's not clear at this hour what, if anything, he's going to say tonight, whether he's going to maybe wait until we see some of these western states report some of the returns, because these states like Washington and Idaho might be more favorable to him. It's clearly been a very, very difficult and tough night based on the returns we've seen so far. So we're awaiting word from the Sanders campaign about what, if anything, he's going to be saying or doing tonight.
Can you give us some insight, Sean, into the calculations they have to make, like what Bernie Sanders and his team have to think through as they decide if he should address supporters tonight, if he should make a statement, and what he should say if he does decide to do that?
Well, if you're going to make a statement about an election night, about a primary night, then you want to have something generally positive to say to your supporters. And so right now, I think what they're looking at is, where are we going to have signs of success? Is there going to be a state that we can say we won? Is there something we can tell our supporters, hey, here's a place where we succeeded at what we set out to do, and here's a reason why we can and should keep going. And it's tough right now at this hour when you look at the map, when you look at Michigan, when you look at Missouri, you look at Mississippi. There's very, very little for the Sanders campaign to celebrate about at this point. They're getting blown out in a lot of places across the map. And so I think the challenge for them is looking for something positive that Senator Sanders can tout, that he can promote, so that they can go to supporters and say, hey, here's something you guys feel good about. But at this hour, there's very little for them to feel good about, at least in terms of the results.
All right, Sean Sullivan reporting live from Vermont. Thank you so much, Sean. James, what's standing out to you in this hour? It's 10 o'clock. We're still waiting to see polls close out west, Idaho, Michigan. Polls are already closed in North Dakota. Low delegate count there, but still, it's important to find out how voters weigh in there. What are you thinking about at this 10 o'clock hour?
The West, Libby, and that's what Sean is saying. And it is interesting. If you're Sanders, if you feel confident that you're going to maybe win 3 states, that are still going to vote. So you have, on the surface level, you can claim a split result, or 3 for 3 or 3 for 6. Yeah. If Sanders does well in Idaho and North Dakota and Washington State, you sort of start to think about him as a regional candidate, which is kind of remarkable. But, Biden won Maine, where Sanders had won. It was a caucus 4 years ago, a primary this time. Biden won Massachusetts. Sanders in Super Tuesday won 4 of the 14 states. And, they were kind of Western states. He wasn't able to win in the South. And, so we'll see what happens in Washington State. If there's a big Biden upset in Washington State, I think that ends up sort of being the story of the night. That's a kind of a dagger in Sanders' hopes. But if Sanders wins kind of where he's been favored to, it is sort of like, wow, he's a Western candidate. And, and I don't think we've thought of him as a regional candidate. We've sort of thought of him as an ideological candidate and a movement candidate. But that, when you start to then look at next week's primaries, which are in states that, as Dave told us in the last hour, aren't as hospitable to Sanders next week, like Illinois, Ohio, Florida, He's not, the Midwest has to be part of Sanders' coalition, and Missouri and Michigan show that it's not. So I'm watching to see if the West shows us he's a regional candidate or sort of in some ways a fringe candidate.
What does tonight's results so far, Dave, tell us about sort of the left flank of the Democratic Party?
Well, I was saying this before we broke, that Sanders' theory was that everyone who voted for him in 2016 was of the left, was sympathetic to him, that if he got to a general election, he would increase turnout. And he's been modulating some of his rhetoric and saying that he will increase youth turnout in a general election. Implication being he's not really done it in a big way this time. But the story in a lot of these states is that suburban voters who sat on the sidelines in 2016, we need to get in their heads a little bit. In 2016, at this point, 4 years ago, we all looked and felt a lot more energetic, at least me.
Speak for yourself, Dave White.
That Hillary Clinton was going to be the nominee. Donald Trump, if he was the nominee, Democrats thought he couldn't win. So there was just a lot of playing with the House's money for Democratic voters, and a lot of protest voting for Sanders. Not just protest voting on I hate all these people, voting along lines of I like his ideas, I want to move in this direction. He won't win anyway, so what's the harm? And I think that spirit is gone because of how agonizing 2016 was for Democrats. There's a great desire to end this, even though, look again at the exit polling, in all these states so far, certainly when Washington comes in, voters agreed with Sanders on Medicare for all, on his key issues. He never did close the gap with voters who thought, I like him, I'm not sure if he can get elected and get this done. An argument that I don't think Biden did a very good job making, but an argument that sunk in because people just did not see him. If you look at again the polling on not character, which he does very well, not honesty, which he does very well, but on uniting the country and delivering on the agenda, he does much better than he does much worse than Joe Biden.
Let's check in with Joyce Koh, who's been covering the Sanders campaign now. Joyce joins us from Cleveland, where Sanders and Biden both canceled rallies earlier tonight over concerns about the coronavirus. Joyce, because you've been following Bernie Sanders so closely, I'd love to hear from you about his supporters and the movement that he's built. What's standing out to you?
Well, in the last year or so that I've been covering Sanders rallies, one thing that really stands out to me is just how enthusiastic and energized Senator Sanders supporters are. Regardless of really where you are in the country, Sanders supporters are very responsive to what he has to say when he comes out and speaks to a crowd. Incredibly energized, especially compared to former Vice President Joe Biden's rallies that we've seen. We've seen him draw much larger crowds after his wins on Super Tuesday and in South Carolina, clearly gaining a lot of momentum. But Biden's crowds are a bit more tempered than Sanders. Another thing to mention is that it really does depend on where you are in the country. You'll remember in October when Sanders had that massive rally in New York City, drawing tens of thousands of people following his heart attack. Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, Congresswoman from New York, came out and endorsed Senator Sanders and sort of gave a revival to his campaign back in the fall. And at that rally, the crowd was different than ones we've seen maybe in South Carolina or very early on in Iowa. His crowd there was a bit more aggressive with the press and very excited and very boisterous. Whereas crowds maybe in Iowa and South Carolina can tend to be a little bit calmer and just wanting to listen to what Sanders has to say. But overall, a lot of enthusiasm for Sanders, and it's sort of what set him apart from the other candidates that I've covered in the race.
Yeah, so what have Sanders supporters told you they'll do if he doesn't end up as the Democratic nominee, Joyce?
Even when there were numerous candidates in the race, numerous Democratic candidates in the race, Sanders supporters, by and large, would say that they will be supporting whoever the Democratic nominee is come November because their number one goal is to defeat Donald Trump and get Trump out of office. However, there is a small population of Sanders supporters that I've spoken to who are a bit more skeptical. I was talking to a couple out in South Carolina who said that it really depends on how Sanders loses. If he were to lose fairly, then they would feel comfortable voting for whoever the Democratic nominee is. If they feel like he loses in a similar fashion that he did to Hillary Clinton in 2016, they say that they would consider writing Sanders in on the ballot against Trump or perhaps sitting out of voting altogether. So it really just depends on who you talk to. But by and large, I would say that Sanders supporters have said that they will be voting for whoever the Democratic nominee is. I wanted to mention before I send it back to you, Libby, that you heard Sean Sullivan say just moments ago that we are waiting for potentially Bernie Sanders to come out and speak, or someone from his campaign to speak at some point tonight. So that's what we'll be waiting for here tonight in Cleveland.
Great, thank you so much, Joyce Koh in Cleveland. Appreciate your time. So we're used to hearing about these forecasts and predictions on election nights. And behind those calculations are some very smart people and some fairly complex algebra. So it's a good thing we all paid attention in school. And the person who can show us how it's done is the Post's Jeremy Bowers. Jeremy, talk through the math that powers the Washington Post model.
Yeah, absolutely, Libby. You know, here at the Election Insight Center, one of the things we're always trying to do is to give people a little look behind those raw vote totals that come in. Because it can be a little misleading if the totals come in and show a candidate ahead when we know that there are a lot of uncounted votes that would support a different candidate. We hate always having to be in that situation. And so as a result, we put our minds together and came up with a little something to give us that insight. I'd like to introduce you again to Lenny Bronner. He's a senior data scientist on our team. Lenny, you've been working on a piece of software that is a statistical model that lets us get a little understanding about where there might be uncounted votes for individual candidates. What are the pieces of this model and sort of how does it work?
Yeah, so there's two major components to this model. The first one is the actual estimate calculation. So what we want to know is how many votes are left outstanding for each of the two candidates, or each of the candidates if there are more than two. But then the second, probably even more important part of the model is basically figuring out the uncertainty that comes with those estimates. We want to know how sure we can be that those estimates are correct, and we want to know sort of what are the more outlandish things that might happen with the outstanding votes that are still there.
Yeah, absolutely. So let's back it up and talk a little bit about that vote share portion of the model. How does that work exactly, and what is it that we're getting out of it?
Sure. Next, let me go into a bit more detail. So basically what we're at is we have precincts or counties that have already reported, and for those we know the results of the candidates. So let's say, for example, Joe Biden. We know VB, which are the votes that Joe Biden has at the precincts or counties. Next, we also know some more things about those precincts and counties. We know the amount of votes that Hillary Clinton got in those counties or precincts, how many votes Bernie Sanders got in those precincts or counties, how many people voted for other candidates, that's mostly Martin O'Malley, but there are a few other minor candidates, and how many people decided not to vote in 2016 but are eligible to vote in 2020, or people that moved into the state or aged into voting. So we know those things. Next, we want to basically compute these parameters based on the precincts or counties that we know. So we want to compute the fraction of people that went from Hillary Clinton to Joe Biden, from Bernie Sanders to Joe Biden, from the other voters to from Joe Biden, and from the non-voter group to Joe Biden. Next, we set this up as a series of equations. Remember, we're trying to compute those fractions on the precincts that we know to then apply them to the precincts that we don't know and basically see what the votes are going to be outstanding there. So like I said, we set this up as a series of linear equations. And on the one side, we have the votes that are for Joe Biden. And we set that equal to the sum product that we have here on the right. It looks a bit like crazy, but let's go into detail a little bit, which is we have here the votes for Hillary Clinton, for example, times the number of people that went from Hillary Clinton to Joe Biden. And we do that for each of the candidates, and we set that equal to, like I said, the number of votes that Joe Biden got. And we then rewrite this equation. Next, we rewrite this equation basically like this. We say that the number of votes for Joe Biden is equal to the parameters that I just defined times the number of votes that were out in 2016. And then we do what we always do in math. We solve for X.
You know, Lenny, it sounds so much easier when you talk about it, and it's so much more difficult when I'm reading your code. You know, these are the kinds of things that we try to keep an eye on for you on election nights. And this model actually has other interesting ways of helping us estimate uncertainty. As the night goes on, that uncertainty decreases quite a bit, and we feel more certain about those predictions that we're making about where we think there are votes outstanding. Now, these are the kinds of insights that we try to bring, and the places where we attempt to give a little bit of insight into those raw vote totals. Now, as we get more of those tonight, we will certainly be a place where we can come and talk to you more about those votes. But until then, we're going to kick it downstairs to you, Libby.
All right, Jeremy, thank you so much. I will now be able to explain the model. When people ask me about the Washington Post model, I think I've totally got this. My algebra will be in my back pocket. Appreciate it, Jeremy. Thanks so much. Let's talk a little bit about endorsements and the sort of getting on the bandwagon moment that's been happening for Joe Biden. You were just tweeting a few moments ago about Andrew Yang making a bit of a surprise endorsement.
Yeah, well, he's a CNN commentator now, and he was saying that the math shows that Biden will be the nominee, and some version of I will support him. I can't quote him directly because I've been in here. But
and you've been watching the Washington Post coverage, yes.
Somebody, and what that reflects, and that's something that might be relevant for what Sanders does next, is that Joe Biden has a lot of goodwill with Democrats of all kinds. Now he has cast votes even more offensive to the left than some Hillary Clinton cast, but for lots of reasons, sexism is probably among those reasons. He just does not have that alienating quality with Democrats, and you see this with Bernie Sanders too. He will bring up the name of Joe Biden at a rally, and there'll be some booing, and he'll shush it, and he'll point out that Joe is a friend of mine, and that's not him spinning. I mean, everything we've learned from Sanders that he really does like Joe Biden, even though they were at loggerheads on a lot of stuff. He has not taken swings at Joe Biden that even people like Michael Bennet did and Kamala Harris did when the field was more crowded. And so as he figures out whether it is worth continuing in the race or not, he does not like the idea of being once again a kind of a gadfly senator in opposition, often voting against a president. But he is not, I think, as constitutionally objected to the idea of President Joe Biden as he is. As he was with Hillary Clinton, as he was with bringing that wing of the party back into power.
James, what have been the most powerful endorsements that Joe Biden's got, whether in terms of helping to convince voters and sway voters, or just in terms of like party unity and the optics of sort of healing a divided Democratic field?
So, there's this kind of the conventional wisdom over the last couple of years is like endorsements don't matter.
Right.
And we talk about that all the time. And it really, after Iowa and New Hampshire, did feel that way. At his final rally in Iowa before the caucuses, Biden stood there for like 90 minutes as like every establishment elected Democrat, endorsed him, like the Attorney General of Iowa, I'm supporting Joe. And same thing, in New Hampshire, it was sort of, the former Governor John Lynch, who's a beloved figure, a Democrat, campaigned really hard for Biden, didn't make a difference. And so we kind of were like, okay, endorsements don't matter. Like people don't listen to politicians to decide who to vote for. And then came the Jim Clyburn endorsement. And, I think that our exit polls showed more than half of voters in South Carolina said that was an important factor in their vote. It explained Biden's huge margin. It helped kind of consolidate moderates behind Biden. And everything after that, I think Buttigieg and Klobuchar were significant, kind of going to Dallas together with Beto O'Rourke piling on the night before Super Tuesday. The timing was important there. Everything after that is sort of the train leaving the station. I don't think Kamala Harris and Cory Booker are why Biden won Michigan. A lot of the endorsements now, it's more the number of endorsements than the kind of endorsements. The only person left who I think would be like a huge deal would be Barack Obama. Like if Barack Obama came out and said, Joe's going to be the nominee, I'm for Joe, Joe is my vice president and he was a great partner, he's going to be a great president, that would, I think, kind of like be a huge deal. One of the reasons Obama has stayed on the sidelines is, according to people close to Obama, if there was a contested convention, he wanted to have some credibility to kind of play the role of kingmaker. But anyway, that's sort of the story of endorsements as I see it in this cycle.
We heard Kamala Harris, we heard Cory Booker speak on the former vice president's behalf. Is this a moment for some of these former competitors to show what a potential vice president they would make, to show not just what constituency they might carry, but how they might be able to work well and sort of heal some of these divisions, Eugene?
Certainly. I mean, there's been a lot of chatter about Biden-Harris from early on, even when she announced that she wanted to actually be president. And so I think that is communicating to the Biden team, as well as people who are trying to figure out who they want to vote for, what type of package they want to send up against Trump and Pence. There's some thought that people don't consider vice presidents that much when they are voting in, a general election. But there's been some pushback on that, starting with the Biden vice presidency. There's this idea Biden said that he, when he accepted the invitation to be Obama's vice president, he said that he wanted to have a role in shaping the Obama vision for America. And so I think what you're seeing from some of these individuals who are coming out in support of Biden, who may want to be considered for vice presidency, for the vice presidency, is them also saying, hey, I actually want to be involved in shaping the vision for America. And I think that could help Biden with some of the groups that perhaps he's not doing as well with, maybe some of the younger voters who might be more attracted to Harris having more of a shaping role in an administration or perhaps some other candidate.
Yeah.
One of the things we've seen in our packages from our correspondents in the field in a couple different states is voters emphasizing the importance of the VP pick. and you hear it constantly on the campaign trail from voters. And it's because Joe Biden's 77 years old and Bernie Sanders is 78 years old, and it is very top of mind for voters. I think that there's going to be a lot of focus and emphasis on the Veep stakes. There is every time, and then the academics will always say, oh, it doesn't really matter, it doesn't sway elections. But I think it will, kind of at a gut check level for a lot of voters, really will matter, because you are picking someone, as you always do, who's a heartbeat away from the presidency.
And there's also the potential to make history, and we do see Democratic voters hungry on many fronts to make history with this candidacy. Well, you mentioned Jim Clyburn, the House Majority Whip, gave a striking interview to NPR that I want to play for you. I want you to listen to this because, remember, this is the key supporter of Joe Biden, also a key member of House leadership.
I think we will be at a point where Joe Biden will be the prohibitive nominee of the party, and I think the DNC, the Democratic National Committee, should then step in, make an assessment, and determine whether or not they ought to have any more debates.
All right, Jim Clyburn. Okay, first, I'd love to get your reaction to that. James, we'll start with you.
Yeah, so there's going to be a lot of pressure now to kind of protect Biden, cloister Biden, keep him from making gaffes. The idea of having Biden stand there as a punching bag for 2 hours while Bernie Sanders runs circles around him on Medicare for all and on guns and on abortion rights and on a host of things, I think scares a lot of Biden allies. And so you're certainly going to see pressure for that. If the DNC did move to cut off debates, there'd be an insurrection from Sanders' world. Dave knows that world better than anyone. I mean, the idea, if the DNC, part of Biden's challenge now is bringing Sanders people into the fold. As Dave was just saying a minute ago, I actually think it's going to be easier with Bernie himself than with some Sanders supporters. But you do hear from so many Democrats you talk to at Sanders rallies, I'm going to support the nominee, whoever it is, blue no matter who. But if the DNC kind of tries to short circuit this before Sanders is willing to give it up, there's going to be huge problems in the general.
Dave.
Yes, although the DNC's hand is not as irritating to Senator people as it was before. Now, you see in certain corners of the internet and some that have been emphasized by the Trump campaign, there are people raising questions about machine voting, even in states where there were not machines. Whether there was and Sanders, I think, has leaned into this idea that there was pressure on candidates to endorse his opponents. But Sanders is the only candidate running who got to shape these rules. Sanders had agents, that sounds like a kind of dark word. Jeff Weaver from his campaign was there helping shape the rules that got superdelegates off the map for the first ballot, helping change caucuses to primaries, prioritizing open primaries, although that didn't happen as much as he wanted to. Sanders had mostly the primary he wanted in this, and he's losing it. So I think he personally, he being a candidate who told people not to vote third party, told them to vote for Hillary Clinton, I think he will, if he's losing this race, whatever point he gets out, will play a role in saying it was not rigged against me. I didn't like it wasn't fair, but it was not rigged against me. And he might be. It
is a key distinction, though, of Bernie Sanders and using his voice versus the DNC, sort of seen to be taking control of this, Eugene, and that may be a very important distinction to voters and just to the general perception. It's also, a point that President Trump could try to use as a divisive tool.
Absolutely, and it'll be a much easier point to make without the hacking situation and these emails from the DNC that gave the impression clearly that there was some preferential treatment shown towards Hillary Clinton. And so Sanders won't have that baggage and that bitterness and that justified anger to take to his supporters when he really needs them to go support Biden, if Biden in fact is the nominee.
But the DNC, of course, has to be cognizant of that memory, which is still fresh for a lot of people. Well, we're standing by with more results to come in. And more of our guests, Dave Weigel, James Hohmann, and Eugene Scott, so stick around.
Through the AT&T network, edge-to-edge intelligence gives you the power to see every corner of your growing business. From managing inventory to detecting and preventing threats. Scaling up your production, giving you a nice big edge over your competition. That's the power of edge-to-edge intelligence.
You want a nominee who's a Democrat, an Obama-Biden Democrat. Join us.
Let's win on Tuesday. Let's win the Democratic nomination. Let's transform this country.
A look at the historic Union Station in St. Louis, Missouri. You're watching live coverage of the Washington Post. Joe Biden has had a big night in Missouri this evening. It is 10:30 p.m. on the East Coast. I'm Libby Casey. We're with you on primary night. Welcome. Let's take a look at where things stand with the big headlines. Joe Biden having another great night tonight. The Washington Post is projecting he will win Michigan, Mississippi, and Missouri. Coronavirus is impacting the campaign. Both Biden and Bernie Sanders canceled their campaign rallies tonight out of an abundance of caution. And next week's debate in Arizona will go on, but without an audience, again, because of coronavirus concerns. It's time to check back in now with Jeremy Bowers and our Election Insights team. So, Jeremy, it's been a long primary race so far. It's not over yet. We have another big date on the calendar next week. So what can we expect?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, it's funny that you mentioned Arizona in an earlier headline about the debate there being canceled, because there are going to be several states up for grabs next week. One of them is the state of Arizona. And this is one of the states where we expect to see possibly a strong Sanders showing. Now, the interesting thing about the state of Arizona is that it has 67 delegates, which would put it among the more important states if it was happening tonight. It is the last state in terms of delegates next week. We have 3 states that have more delegates in them than even the largest state did tonight, and that was the state of Michigan with 126. So outside of just Arizona, we also have contests in places like Ohio. This was a place where Hillary Clinton did very well in 2016. Sanders won a smattering of counties in the north and in the northwest and in the southeast parts of the state, but we expect generally, if trends hold true from tonight, that Biden is going to do particularly well in the state. And there are 136 delegates available in the state of Ohio for him to win. Now, we're also going to see a nominating contest in the state of Illinois next week. Illinois has 155 delegates, and in 2016, this state was much closer. If the trends hold true, from 2016, Bernie Sanders owned much of the interior of the state. Hillary Clinton won many of the more populous areas, places like Chicago up in the north and east of the state, and then a handful of other cities along the Mississippi River on the western part of the state. So it's fully possible that Biden is going to see similar support to that. And of course, we've also got the state of Florida, Libby.
Talk about Florida, a big state to watch next Tuesday. What should we pay attention to there?
Yeah, absolutely. Now, that's one of those states where Clinton did, pretty well in 2016, but there are definitely some areas where the Sanders campaign could certainly have some support. In the northern part of the state, in the Panhandle, it's not as wealthy as the parts of the state, down here in the Miami area, the Miami-Dade area, and it certainly isn't, full of retirees like this part of the state, St. Petersburg, the Tampa Bay area, and so these are places where we expect maybe the Biden campaign to do particularly well, because these are older voters who he tends to do pretty well with. Places where we expect the Sanders campaign to do well are going to be up here in the Panhandle and some of the smaller counties that are up in the northern part of the state, closer to the state of Georgia. But those are the things we're going to be watching. And again, we're going to be making sure watch whether or not the Sanders campaign can hold on to a close second place. Even if he doesn't win the state outright, it's possible that he can hold on to enough votes that he can keep the delegate race from getting too far out of hand, Libby.
Great. Thanks so much, Jeremy. With me here in the studio, James Hohmann, Eugene Scott, and Dave Weigel. We can pass along reporting from our colleague Sean Sullivan that Bernie Sanders will not be coming out and speaking tonight. Again, Sean Sullivan reporting that Bernie Sanders is not expected to make any statements. Significance of that, Dave?
Mm-hmm. I do think he is mulling over what to do next, because you just heard the explanation there. He's heading for a week of a debate, which he does want, which he's optimistic about, but then 4 contests, 3 of which are, if tonight's pattern's held, going to go heavily against him. I mean, and possibly a total humiliation, depending what happens in Arizona. Arizona has more Latino voters, and according to the exit polls, he's won, again, big with Latino voters in Michigan, in Missouri, smaller populations there. But Arizona's Democratic electorate is a combination of Latino voters, other kinds of immigrants, and then just tons and tons of white liberal suburbanites and people who cross over for moderate candidates, and that has not been a good recipe. So I think if he had something good to say tonight, he'd come out and say it. But if he's meeting with his staff now and gaming out the next few weeks, he is looking at, does he want to go on to next week and lose? Does he want to go into April and lose in Wisconsin, a state that's also very important to his theory of the race? And as long as he's figuring that out, he's not going to come out and blab to us.
Eugene?
Yeah, I think I've seen people from Sanders' world ask some really hard questions that we're thinking more optimistically about tonight than what the results have shown. You know, the expectation was that they would win Michigan. This is a state that Sanders won before, and they don't want to see a repeat moving forward of what happened tonight, seeing people who they thought, as James mentioned earlier, were ideologically on their side, but perhaps just really weren't. We're just voting against Clinton, or perhaps just looking for some new direction at that time, but now realize that perhaps maybe the best way to beat Trump is to go somewhere not as new or forward-looking as Sanders is articulating, but return to what Biden is basing his entire campaign on.
And yet, how has Bernie Sanders shaped and changed the Democratic Party of today, James?
Dramatically. And I think Donald Trump has also radicalized the party. But so much of what Sanders was talking about 4 years ago is now mainstream. You know, Hillary Clinton was really hesitant to embrace the $15 minimum wage. Now that's sort of a de rigueur position for Democrats to hold. Medicare for all, exit polls show that's now a majority position in the Democratic Party. Biden's winning among people who support Medicare for all. And, you know, one of the things that I think it gratifies and frustrates Sanders, because he talks about it all the time, is that everyone has kind of stolen my ideas. Yeah. You know, he feels like he's this revolutionary figure, and he's proud of that. He's proud that the Democratic Party has moved leftward on a lot of these issues. And what's amazing is if Biden becomes the nominee, one of the services that Sanders has performed is making him look moderate. You know, I think like Biden is on paper kind of more liberal than Hillary Clinton was 4 years ago. He's calling for bigger spending proposals. He's calling for a full public option. He's gone much further than Hillary, but he's perceived now as kind of like this moderate, middle of the road guy, and it's going to be very hard. You'll see him try, but Donald Trump is going to be hard pressed to kind of paint Biden as this socialist because of the foil that Sanders provided and the contrast during these primaries.
How much do you credit the shift in the Democratic electorate and the issues that are being talked about so much, and as James said, are sort of par for the course now? How much do you credit that to Bernie Sanders? How much do you credit that to the reaction to Donald Trump?
I think it's a combination. It definitely opened up possibilities for Democrats. You had, especially in the beginning of 2017, a very fateful choice by Democrats, which was unlike every other time they've lost in recent history, 1984, 88, 2000. There was no chorus saying, time for us to move back to the center. There was a sense that, and the Sanders people, I think, messaged this very well after 2016. Hillary Clinton lost, ipso facto, the guy who lost her in the primary would have won. What does that mean? Carry that forward. And you saw people, look at all the senators who co-sponsored Medicare for all legislation who never would have done that before. What you're seeing now a little bit on the left, and just in the people I've been texting tonight and emailing tonight, is a frustration that the Sanders campaign this time, in overinterpreting how popular he was just elbowing people out of the race. Now, it's their fault they lost. But, for example, on Medicare for All, saying, look at the progress you made where most of the candidates for president are on this bill. They went and kind of litmus tested them again and again, saying, well, Elizabeth Warren wants to phase this in slower, so she's not really for it. Kamala Harris wants to phase it in over 10 years. She's not really for it. Other candidates we can't trust them to deliver on it. And what I'm hearing from progressive strategists is we didn't need to have Joe Biden as the nominee. We could have had a Kamala Harris or a Cory Booker, but the Sanders people kind of just kept, they had a hand at blackjack. It was on 20, and they kept hitting. They might have been as far as they could go in moving the party in this direction because, repeating what I said at the beginning, the party does not usually do this. It usually loses an election and says, "Oh, hey, how can we be tougher on immigration? How can we be tougher on the deficit?" And it didn't do that this time. That is to the great credit of what Sanders and this movement behind him and all these groups that came in for him over the last year. That's them doing it, kind of pushing on an open door because Democrats were so flummoxed after 2016. They said, "Well, maybe you're right. Maybe this is how we excite people."
Well, Hannah Jewell has been talking with voters all night long in Detroit, Michigan, and she's moved down the street to the Anchor Bar and Grill. Hannah, welcome.
That's right. We're a very mobile operation here on Team Hannah and John Gerberg behind the camera. We're now at a bar that is a gathering place for many community activists here in Detroit. I'm here with Justin, who actually spoke at a Bernie Sanders rally just on Friday. Justin, what has it been like to go from that high to this feeling now?
Yeah, I mean, I think this campaign is all about, not me, us. It's a slogan, but it's more than that. The Sanders campaign has been fighting for clean air, clean water, healthcare as a human right, fighting for workers and working families. So I think that, the results aren't pleasing, but I think that for this movement to continue, we have to recognize that it's more than one night. It's about more than one campaign, one primary, and that we need to keep on pushing forward with the ideals that the senator has been fighting for such a long time.
Something I've heard from many Bernie Sanders volunteers here in Michigan is I heard some girls who had volunteered for him in my last location say, I guess I'm going to get back into community organizing. I guess I'm just going to go back to the grassroots. And you work in that space. What can be achieved there that maybe couldn't be achieved at a presidential level?
I mean, it all connects. Nothing happens at a presidential level without having grassroots excitement, in my opinion. If we actually want to beat Donald Trump, we have to make sure that workers, that grassroots organizers are engaged. So for me, I work with families and communities every day to fight for things like clean air, clean water.
Tell me about the clean water. That's been a big national story about the water being shut off in Detroit.
Yeah, I mean, a couple of issues. We had contaminated land collapse into the Detroit River, which services millions of residents. So we're fighting for clean water, but also affordable water. There are families in Detroit that have gone without access to water because of a lack of affordability, and so we're fighting for those things, and it goes beyond one presidential campaign.
And what do you think the Sanders campaign did wrong to lose Michigan?
I don't know. What I will say is that there are a lot of people that you'll talk to who supported Biden who felt that he was the best bet to beat Donald Trump, and so I think that a lot of people went with what they felt was the safe pick. My point for this whole campaign has been, if we want to beat Trump in 2020, we have to address the systematic issues that people are facing. I'm worried about Donald Trump Jr. in 2024 if we don't actually address the systematic issues that got Donald Trump elected. So that's what I'm going to be fighting against. Even if Joe Biden's the nominee, I'm going to fight for him. But I want someone that's going to, talk about ideas, about hope, and I think that candidate's Bernie Sanders, and those ideas live on.
Do you think that Joe Biden can win Michigan?
I think so. Whoever the nominee is can win Michigan. If Bernie Sanders or Biden's the nominee, I'm going to knock doors until my arm falls off, no matter who the nominee is. But disappointed that it wasn't Senator Sanders tonight in Michigan. But if Biden's the nominee, I think he's going to be able to win. But we'll see.
So there's a lot of talk about how Bernie Sanders supporters, campaigners, volunteers, surrogates, you turn on a random TV channel and people are saying those people aren't going to show up for Joe Biden. Where do you think that narrative comes from?
I think it's a narrative that you see in every election. In 2008, the same narrative was around a lot of Hillary Clinton supporters. In 2016, the narrative was around Bernie Sanders supporters. So this isn't a new concept. But I do think that people want to get rid of Donald Trump. If Joe Biden's a nominee and he's our best bet to do that, then of course people are gonna have to fight to make sure that Donald Trump, gets out of office. But I think that our best bet is working with someone and fighting for someone in Bernie Sanders who is speaking to the issues and the ideas and not just the personalities.
All right, thanks so much for your time, Justin. We're going to send it back to you guys. Libby.
Great, thanks so much. Hannah Jewell in Detroit, Michigan. Let's talk about young voters and the enthusiasm. We've seen so much enthusiasm at the rallies that you guys have been covering, these Sanders rallies. A real question about diversity and whether or not his rallies were able to bring in truly diverse crowds. But Eugene, where does this young enthusiasm go? Where does that support go from here?
Well, both Sanders and Biden are hoping to the eventual nominee, but we're not seeing right now that turn out to be the case. And I think what we're going to have to see from Sanders to make that happen is him pushing those young voters towards Biden if Biden is the nominee. I will say it's really important to note that Sanders is doing very well with the youngest voters, so Generation Z. But millennials, which is not a group of just college students, it includes young parents and people who have kids.
It turns out millennials age as well, just
they
like
do.
the rest of us.
They do. And many of these millennials are going for Joe Biden. And so I think this idea that everyone like under 40 was supporting a revolution isn't supported by the data. And so the idea that young people aren't turning out isn't completely accurate. It's that the youngest people aren't turning out. Some of the older millennials are turning out, but they're just turning out for Biden.
James, there's this question of how the Biden team does their messaging here, and are they encouraging people to return back to the Obama years? Are they able to get, though, an enthusiastic group of voters out who do want to see change, who want to see a serious pivot away from the Trump years to maybe a return or maybe something brand new? So how do they walk that line of saying, let's go back to something reassuring, but also let me give you something to get very excited about?
Yeah, well, right now they're leaning more on the former. They're kind of saying we're going to return to the Obama era, but he also frames it as kind of a decency check, a dignity check, character. No one thinks he's going to be more of Trump. He kind of talks about restoring honor to the office. That's a huge part of his shorter and shorter stump speech. That's the stuff that's left over. And so I think it'll be interesting to see, and some of that depends on how much they feel like they have to kind of move left. If the results continue to look like they do tonight, next Tuesday, and Biden isn't going to feel compelled to kind of like move harder to the left and promise revolutionary change. He says most people aren't looking for a revolution. And I think most people over 45 aren't looking for a revolution. And so I think kind of I think you're going to see a front porch style campaign. I think the coronavirus kind of ends up helping Biden in that sense by freezing the race a little bit. He can sort of like go to Wilmington, Delaware, and give a speech outlining his leadership plan on the coronavirus or whatever, and kind of cool down some of the back and forth heated stuff and kind of try to stay, and this is their strategy, to stay above the fray. I don't know if it'll work, but I think they're going to try to stay above the fray.
Dave, what was your impression of the interaction that Biden had today with that auto plant worker who came out very critical about his position on guns? Biden pushed back. He fought back. He even used like a curse word, and then he
we can't say that here, right?
No, you cannot.
Okay.
But he fought back, and we're not hearing regret from the campaign, certainly. I mean, this was a moment for him to sort of show his mettle.
Yeah, they leaned into it, and I think there is a risk of the Biden campaign for a little bit of hubris. I noticed just on Twitter where maybe a few people are their best selves on Twitter. The campaign staff spent a lot of time retweeting articles from a month ago that was like, how do you feel now about this Biden's dead article? And I always want to say, when he came in 5th in New Hampshire, it was a reasonable article to write. And they were doing the same thing with that interaction today, tweeting the videos and saying, we can't see it, have Republicans say enough about this. This is great. I don't think that interaction actually was bad for him, but it was endemic of something Biden has done for years, which is show flashes of irritation and frankly some ego, because this is a guy with a long record that starts when he's 29 years old, or 30 when he joins the Senate, who has been part of major historical shifts in the country and resents sometimes when he thinks somebody's messing with him and not respecting that. And so I've seen him kind of flare up at somebody who asked a climate change question, immigration question. You remember there was one interaction with a protester in Iowa who was complaining about deportations in the Obama years, very real issue, something that hurt Obama with Latinos, and Biden just said, you should vote for Trump then. Just very dismissive. That did not go well for him. This, I think, him kind of telling off a guy who was just reading, if you see the video, reading from a phone, trying to find what he wanted to say in this quote. But it is not one of Biden's more likable traits that he does this. And to what James was saying, this is not a campaign that's probably going to be out there a lot.
Hold on a second, because Joe Biden is speaking, so let's go live now to hear the candidate's remarks.
Our headquarters is just around the corner, and these are all people who are working like the devil to try to get us elected as the... So I want to thank you. I want to thank my sister Valerie and my son-in-law, Dr. Howard Krein, are here. And folks, look, we were planning a big rally in Cleveland tonight. But the governor of Ohio asked the presidential campaigns to cancel their indoor public events in Cleveland with large crowds of people. And that's what we did due to the coronavirus, and he was concerned about that. And as I've said all along, that we would follow the guidance of the CDC, state and local officials, and public health officials with respect to our campaign events. And we'll continue to do that. This whole coronavirus issue is a matter of presidential leadership. And later this week, I'll be speaking to you on what I believe the nation should be doing to address this virus. But tonight, I want to speak to you from Philadelphia, where we announced our campaign at the front end, where we did our final announcement. To all those who have been knocked down, to all those who have been counted out, left behind. This is your campaign. Just over a week ago, many of the pundits declared that this candidacy was dead. Now we're very much alive. And although there's a way to go, it looks like we're going to have another good night. With victories in Mississippi, Missouri, Michigan, and we're waiting to hear from North Dakota, Idaho, and Washington State. As I said from the beginning, this election is the one that has character on the ballot. The character of the candidates, the character of the nation is on the ballot. It's more than a comeback, in my view, our campaign. It's a comeback for the soul of this nation. This campaign is taking off, and I believe we're going to do well from this point on. Take nothing for granted. Want to earn every single vote in every single state. But if you're willing, if you want to join us, go to JoeBiden.com. Sign up, volunteer, and contribute if you can. We need you, we want you, and there's a place in our campaign for each of you. And I want to thank Bernie Sanders and his supporters for their tireless energy and their passion. We share a common goal, and together we'll defeat Donald Trump. We'll defeat him together. We're going to bring this nation together. We're regenerating a Democratic base, the Democratic Party, the African-American community, high school educated folks like the ones I grew up with in Claymont, not far from here. In my old neighborhood, labor, suburban women, veterans, firefighters, union members, and so many more. People of every economic station. The poor who are struggling, and they are struggling in this environment. The middle class who worries about whether or not they're going to be able to hang on and stay there, maintain their economic security. They're the reason Jill and I got involved in this campaign in the first place. And they're the reason why I became a Democrat so long ago. And I can't tell you, I really mean this from the bottom of my heart, I can't tell you how much I appreciate the confidence they've shown in me thus far and the way they turned out to vote for me. In my first campaign, when I was a kid, a long time ago, I had a billboard that said one thing on it. Had a picture of my wife and children, and it said, "For all our families." That's all it was, for all our families. That included Democratic families, families of independent voters, Republican families, everyone of every stripe, for all our families. And look, that's what we were able to accomplish in South Carolina. That's what we did on Super Tuesday. And it appears, although it's a little premature, it appears that's what we're able to do tonight. In just the past week, so many of my incredibly capable competitors have endorsed me. Mayor Pete Buttigieg, Amy Klobuchar, Beto O'Rourke, Mike Bloomberg, Cory Booker, and Kamala Harris. Together we're bringing this party together. That's what we have to do. Tonight, we are a step closer to restoring decency, dignity, and honor to the White House. That's our ultimate goal.
Yes.
And at this moment, when there's so much fear in the country, and there's so much fear across the world, we need American leadership. We need presidential leadership that's honest, trusted, truthful, and steady. Reassuring leadership. If I'm given the honor of becoming your president, I promise you I'll strive to give the nation that very leadership. Every day, I have a privilege to hold office. That's the reason why I'm running for president. I believe we're at an incredible moment in American history, a phenomenal opportunity to deliver a bold, progressive vision to the American people. guaranteeing that every American has health care, affordable health care, total health care, not a privilege but a right. Building on Obamacare, providing every child access to good education, regardless of their zip code, to deal with the moral depravity of our children who have to learn as they go to school, little children, to duck and cover, zigzag down a hallway because they fear someone with a semi-automatic weapon may be coming in. We have to stand up to the gun manufacturers and to the NRA, and I will do it. We have to rebuild the middle class. We have to rebuild the middle class, and this time bring everybody along. Everybody along. And my fellow Americans, we have to once again lead the world. Donald Trump's America First policies made America alone. You know, in the fight against climate change, we have to rally the rest of the world to act, and act now. Rejoin the Paris Climate Accord on day one. Make it clear to our allies that we'll honor our commitments, that our word can be trusted. And make clear to our adversaries that we will stand fast in restoring world order. That's the American responsibility. Tonight, I'm speaking to you from the National Constitution Center, not far from where two of the most important documents in all of history were written. The Declaration of Independence. We hold these truths to be self-evident. Those words became the American creed, known around the world. The U.S. Constitution, we the people. These words literally changed the world. We've never fully lived up to the promise of either of those documents, but we've never, ever before walked away from them. And they're a reminder of what's at stake in this election. Our very democracy is at stake in this election. As I said from the moment I announced, not far from here, that I believe we're in the battle for the soul of this nation. With Donald Trump as president, our core values, our standing in the world, our very democracy, everything that has made America, America, is truly at stake. I believe this nation can overcome 4 years of Donald Trump, but given 4 more years, he'll forever and fundamentally change the very character of this nation. We can't let that happen. But winning means uniting America, not sowing more division and anger. It means having a president who not only knows how to fight, but knows how to heal. It means replacing a president who demeans and demonizes people with a president who believes in empathy, compassion, and respect for everyone. It is my hope that the days of divisiveness will soon be over. We're a decent, brave, resilient people. We are better than this moment we're in. And we just need to remember who we are. This is the United States of America. There's not a single thing we cannot do if we do it together. We're close to the eve of St. Patrick's Day. I'm thought of a quote some of you heard me quote many times. A fellow that I admired very much who passed away not long ago, a poet named Seamus Heaney. He wrote a poem called The Cure of Troy. And here's what he said in one stanza. He said, "History teaches us not to hope on this side of the grave, but then, once in a lifetime, that longed-for tidal wave of justice rises up, and hope and history rhymes." I truly believe it's within our power, for the first time in a long time because of what's happened in the past 3 years, the power to make hope and history rhyme. That's what we're going to do. God bless you all, and may God protect our country.
Joe Biden and his wife, Dr. Jill Biden, addressing a small group of supporters in Philadelphia. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Through the AT&T network, edge-to-edge intelligence gives you the power to see every corner of your growing business. From managing inventory to detecting and preventing threats, to scaling up your production, giving you a nice big edge over your competition. That's the power of edge-to-edge intelligence.
What a nominee will bring the party together and not tear it apart.
You cannot beat Trump with the same old kind of politics.
People aren't looking for a revolution, in my view. They're looking for getting things done.
If you're taking lots of money from billionaires, you're not going to be there standing up for the working class.
You want a nominee who's a Democrat, a lifelong Democrat. Join us.
Let's win on Tuesday. Let's win the Democratic nomination. Let's transform this country.
We're looking at Seattle's iconic Space Needle. And this hour is the cutoff for mail-in ballots in Washington state. It's now 11 p.m. on the East Coast, and all polls across the country are closed. You're watching live coverage of the Washington Post here on primary night. I'm Libby Casey. Let's take a look at the big picture from tonight's races. Joe Biden has won 3 of the 6 states up for grabs tonight: Michigan, Mississippi, and Missouri. Early results are coming in from Idaho, where Sanders has a lead with less than 10% of results in so far. And in North Dakota, Sanders has a lead with less than 10% of results reported there as well. Now's a good time to check back in with our Election Insights team led by the Post's Jeremy Bowers. Jeremy, how is the board looking with the polls closed at this hour?
You know, that's right. We've got polls closing in Idaho, and we have a couple early votes. So let's take a look at those votes before we go back in and get a little recap of the night. So what we can see in Idaho is, again, I gave you a heads up early that there aren't a whole lot of voters that are going to vote early in Idaho. And so a lot of these early votes are basically showing us places where, because there aren't a lot of voters, they can count really quickly. Examples like this would be Clark County, which has about 900 residents. And there are exactly 6 voters here in the Democratic primary. And it's a tie. We've got, Biden at 37%, Sanders at 37%, and Tulsi Gabbard in there as well. And so, we're looking at places like this in Idaho. But again, it's likely to be the case that as Boise and places like Pocatello and Idaho Falls come in, this might be a place where Sanders can do well. And so that's what we're going to be looking for tonight, is to see if he can hold on to any support. This is a state where we expect him to do, better than he's been doing in other places tonight. But for the Biden campaign, if they can't win the state, they at least want to be close. Now, let's also talk about Washington state. As you mentioned earlier, mail-in ballot deadline is now passed here in Washington state, and we expect to see some results soon. This is one of those states where we expect to see, the Sanders campaign at least be a little bit competitive. Probably not going to be a big blowout for the Biden campaign, though it did look like he was leading there in early polls. And another thing that we're going to be watching is for those, what happens with the early vote versus the late vote in the state of Washington. That early vote likely going to be more Sanders dominated because it predates, Joe Biden's strength in Super Tuesday. But those later votes, the ones that came in like this week and in the previous week after Super Tuesday, might show a little more Biden's strength. And so those are the kinds of things we'll be looking for there. Also, I'd like to point out those 3 race calls that we already have tonight in the states of Michigan, in Mississippi, and in Missouri. All Biden wins. And in those places, we're looking to see how many of the second-place votes Sanders can hold on to make sure that he gets enough delegates to keep Biden from running away with the thing, Libby.
All right, Jeremy, so we likely won't have final race calls from all the states tonight. How much does that matter?
You know, that's a really good question. A lot of the delegates that we've seen that are going to be in play in states like Michigan, you know, there's 125 delegates available, and the difference in a 10-point swing in Sanders's vote total here could mean a handful of delegates for him, maybe even more that are available in the entire state of Idaho. But it is true that there are a lot of delegates available in Washington state, and this is one of those states where, because of mail-in ballots, it's going to be a place where we don't get a whole lot tonight, unfortunately. There are 89 delegates available in the state, and it's fully possible that this will be pretty close, like a neck and neck, so they could be passing around delegates. The winner here might get 50, the loser might get something like 40 or 38, and so that's what we're going to be watching for tonight. Libby.
All right, thanks so much, Jeremy. Welcome back to my colleagues here from the newsroom, James Hohmann, Eugene Scott, and Dave Weigel. Let's talk about Joe Biden's speech. Now, you've heard a lot of speeches, James. He really struck a tone that was sober, it was serious, but it was generous in many ways to Bernie Sanders and his supporters. He thanked Bernie Sanders. He thanked his supporters for being united in the goal of defeating Donald Trump. What stood out to you in terms of both tone and the language? That
he was trying to exude kind of inevitability. That it was absolutely, you know, he's been yelling a lot. We heard him raise his voice toward the end, but on the stump he can get really worked up. Last night in Detroit, when I saw him, he was kind of very voluble, and this was kind of sober Joe, and he, you know, kind of that focusing on that decency check, the talking about character, trying to stay above the fray. He talked about gun control, but he didn't really talk about policy. It was very kind of about character, and I think that's the sort of general election campaign he wants to prosecute against Trump. But it was also, I think, a desire it wasn't just exuding inevitability of being the Democratic nominee. He was also trying to be presidential, saying he's going to give an address later this week on the coronavirus. And, you know, the rhetorical flourishes at the end where he was talking about being in Constitution Hall and how, you know, the Declaration of Independence, that's the kind of thing a president would normally say in a context like that. And I think Biden wants to look like a president because so many Democrats and independents don't think Trump acts like one.
Eugene, your thoughts. You know, we did hear Joe Biden talk about how this is a comeback for the soul of the nation, language that we've certainly heard before. But at this moment, as he secures these wins tonight, this important state of Michigan in particular, do his words have sort of a new resonance or a new potential sort of presidential air to them?
Well, he certainly hopes so. And I think part of what we saw in that speech was an effort to channel Obama, who was known for his speeches and his ability to draw people in to a vision that is more hopeful and not pessimistic. We know that when Obama was running, he was trying to move the country away from a very difficult time, the divided time. People wanted to see some type of change, and I know that's what Biden is trying to convince voters that he can provide as well. A pivot away from Trumpism to some relative calm, or at least a removal from chaos. And I think his delivery communicated that. Whether or not that's going to, you know, be as winsome as he needs it to be in November is to be determined. But I think what he certainly tried to do is communicate to Sanders supporters that he sees passion in them, something that has gotten many of them in trouble in the past. But he had a reason to, you know, show appreciation to them because he won some former Sanders people tonight, right? And he's hoping that he can keep doing that as he moves forward and ultimately take that with him to November.
One of my favorite moments, I agree with everything Eugene said, was when he name-checked all the former presidential candidates who endorsed him. You know, it took 30 seconds to go through all those names, and it was, you know, it was a gracious speech to Bernie Sanders and his supporters. But in other ways, it, you know, it was a victory lap.
Yeah, absolutely. Dave, if you are a supporter of Bernie Sanders, what lens or what hearing do you bring to this speech tonight?
To Biden's speech, there are different kinds of Bernie Sanders supporters. There are some that like him and think he's honest but don't dislike Joe Biden necessarily. There are some that think Joe Biden is propped up by corporate donors and Democratic establishment figures who are going to make sure that he kills any progressive legislation. And there are ways this is manifested online the last couple days that I think are a bit more frantic and a bit more, I guess, hard to walk back than what we've seen before. You've seen, the Sanders campaign was trying, utterly failed so far, to make an issue out of Biden's NAFTA vote or how in the 90s, like a lot of Democrats, I'm not saying they were right about this, they seem to think they were wrong, but that he was open to some Social Security cuts. He's not any longer. So there are some Sanders voters who think that he just cannot be trusted, some who think if you have a beachhead of left-wing organizing, then you can move him. And Sanders has been moved at other points in the primary. On the Hyde Amendment, it took him about 48 hours to go from a very long-held anti-abortion position to the one the left held. Now, there's some things he's been more resistant on, but if you start to think about where to do this, and I mentioned the online chatter because you've seen more in the last 24 hours of what you see on Fox, frankly, of questioning whether Biden has the acuity, the sharpness to debate Trump, to go against Trump. What you saw in the Biden speech, though, is he has a theory of how to win this election, which is, to be fair, some of you cover these races, not something that I recognized from my life covering politics. It is, and I bet on how the country is really tired of having to think about the president all the time. And wouldn't it be nice to have somebody who looks like a president in a movie, who comes on when there's a crisis, who can talk about it, but is not constantly holding rallies, not constantly shouting. It seemed kind of risible because the recent experience of Democrats is they lose with Hillary Clinton, who couldn't excite people. They win with Barack Obama, the most exciting orator of his generation. And the Biden bet was incredibly different. It was that people are really tired. When things are bad, they're bad because of the president. When things are good, that cuts against the idea that they want a revolution. And that speech kind of epitomizes it. I think that was how it was framed. Was imagine this guy not doing nothing as president, having an agenda, having a progressive agenda, but not in your face at all times.
We heard him talk about the coronavirus. We didn't hear brand new information or anything else. It was once again that we left our plan to have a rally because we followed the guidance of what officials in Ohio told us, just like I said we should be doing, following the guidance of officials. There is something that's very sort of staid but reassuring about that course. Well, Hannah Jewell is in Detroit, and she's been talking to voters all night about Joe Biden's big win in Michigan. So let's check in with Hannah now and hear what's going on there. Hannah.
Hi there. So I am now here with Bridget Huff, who is the chairwoman of the Progressive Caucus of the Michigan Democratic Party and was a surrogate and volunteer for Bernie Sanders. So we just heard Joe Biden in his speech say that he believes he shares a common goal with Bernie Sanders. I saw you had a big reaction when he said that. Describe how that makes you feel.
I think I feel confused. I'm not sure what our common goal is exactly because I don't feel like Joe Biden has been on the same page with progressives at any point so far. So I would really love to hear what the elaboration is on what it is we're working toward together, because if it's only defeating Trump, that's nowhere near enough to get a progressive vote.
So is it that you think it's not enough to win or to win the progressive vote over, or do you think you yourself wouldn't necessarily vote for or support Joe Biden?
I think both. I represent a statewide caucus who has very strict values that we hold ourselves to, and we're not willing to compromise them because the powers that be say that we're being too stringent. The reality is what we believe in is not going to falter just because more people say we should give in. We've been here before.
When have you been here before?
We've been here before when we were told that Hillary Clinton won Michigan, and she didn't.
But then Donald Trump did win, so is there a risk of the same thing happening without that unified party?
Right, well, we've been here when we were told Hillary won and then Bernie won in the state, and we've been told Hillary won when Trump won for the country. And I also know that as a Progressive Caucus chair, I've never once been polled on my opinion at all. And I don't have a single rep in any of our districts in the entire state who have been polled. So, I really take this with a grain of salt because I think that they're extremely skewed and most people don't look into how they're done. Landlines, for example, I can't name anyone under the age of 60 who has a landline. So if you do an entire landline vote, then don't tell me that's how I'm supposed to base my opinion on what I believe for the state.
So you blame the polls a bit. Do you think that Joe Biden can win Michigan in the general election?
I think that the powers that be have done enough to make it possible for Joe Biden to win. But do I believe that there are more centrist moderates than there are progressives? No. And I do know for a fact, based on my experience and every single rep I have in this state, that we've been calling the ACLU and voter hotlines all day because voter suppression is very real right now. And I know that automatically disenfranchises the people that would vote for Bernie. I've been dealing with this for years. We've all been dealing with this for years. So when someone tells me that Biden won, my question is, how did Biden win?
So you don't sound very convinced at all, I have to say, of a Joe Biden nomination potentially. What work do you, as a progressive activist, do now, if not campaigning for Joe Biden? Do you get back to grassroots? We've been talking about that a little bit, working on voter suppression. What do you do next?
Well, immediately we count the absentee ballots, which are over 800,000 as of 2 days ago, according to our Secretary of State. They've said it could easily be a week before we have the actual count. We still have people in line as of 20 minutes ago in what we know are Bernie strongholds like Dearborn and college communities. So I'm not willing to throw in the towel, and I think that, a lot of the country wants us to do that so they can make it a clean break, but it's not that simple. We still don't have California's votes, for goodness sakes. We're not willing to give in yet. And even if Biden wins, we're not willing to give in because there are still more of us. We just have to identify them and get them registered.
All right, a very firm stance for sure. We're going to send it back to you now, Libby.
Thanks so much, Hannah. Let's check in again with the Post, Joyce Koh in Cleveland, where Biden and Sanders both canceled rallies tonight over concerns about the coronavirus. Hi, Joyce.
Hi, Libby. Well, after canceling his press conference in Vermont tonight, we are expected to hear Senator Sanders speak perhaps sometime tomorrow after all of the results are released, and then on his schedule is to go to New York City to appear on The Daily Show. But as far as tonight goes, the coronavirus really throwing a wrench into the plans for both Biden and Sanders, who had planned to have sort of competing rallies here in Cleveland, Ohio, ahead of a very important primary day next week, on next Tuesday, Ohio being one of 4 states voting. But Sanders coming out around 4 o'clock, his campaign canceling the event. And within the hour, Joe Biden's campaign coming out as well and canceling his event. So we will be looking to see sort of the effects of coronavirus on both campaigns going forward. Obviously, campaign events that are scheduled are in place so that voters can interact with the candidates, meet with them in person, and get a feel for who they are. So it could change the course of the race if these candidates aren't able to hold these public rallies and events. We heard from Sanders' campaign earlier today saying that they will be assessing future events sort of on a case-by-case basis. So everything is up in the air, it sounds like, as far as the candidates are concerned. We also heard that both campaigns had virtual plans in place, but of course it doesn't replace the personal interaction that these candidates could be having with voters in key states going forward in the primaries. As far as Senator Sanders' campaign is concerned, obviously this week will be one to watch. We're obviously curious of what Senator Sanders is going to say following the results tonight. And this Sunday, coming up in Arizona, Sanders is slated to have his first sort of head-to-head debate with Joe Biden in Arizona on the 15th, this upcoming Sunday. So those are events that we'll be looking forward to as far as this week is concerned. And tonight I will leave you with a quote that we heard from Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, probably the most significant endorsement that Sanders has gotten since announcing his race for the Democratic nominee for president. She said tonight that, quote, "There is no sugarcoating it. Tonight is a tough night for the movement." Libby?
Thanks so much, Joyce Koh in Cleveland. Dave, there is a sense of resignation among a lot of Bernie Sanders' strong supporters on social media, at least, as they kind of weigh in and analyze the results of tonight.
Yeah.
What are you sensing and feeling?
The same thing. I mean, Michigan was psychologically so important to the Sanders movement for the reasons we discussed earlier tonight. There is, I think, optimism about what the party can do and can ask for. But a quite big question going forward for Sanders is, where is his leverage? When does he maximize that leverage? So if the rest of these states keep going like this, and we're going to see more results from Washington, but Washington looks like another state in the West that Biden's strength was only limited by people not dropping out fast enough, where the early votes for people like Elizabeth Warren and Mike Bloomberg are going to cut what would have been a Biden win. So if it looks like he's just getting routed everywhere, he is going to be in a much weaker position to demand things from the party than he was in 2016. In 2016, he comes in with, people will harsh me for not knowing the exact delegate total because he said it a lot, but more than 1,400 delegates and the chance, he thought, of flipping of the convention. Were he to give up this race next week, he would have much fewer than 700 delegates. not much to negotiate with at the convention, not much that the party would need to ask for. And I was saying before, the Biden campaign, in some of its headier moments, has been gloating about how it's. Everyone said we couldn't win, and we did. So I think some people are trying to do already is, how can we explain that the left is still vital? How can we not exactly threaten to go write in something or vote for the Green Party, but to say you need our strength, our organizing to win this election? What concessions can you give us? And the Sanders role in that is unclear, because if he keeps running and running, he runs the risk of being like a Ron Paul figure who's just there, but minimized by the party.
You know, it is going to be interesting to see sort of what messaging prevails over the next week or so, depending on how things go with the vote tallies tonight, and who speaks for the Democrats, right? Who speaks for the Democrats and who's out there calling? I just saw James Carville saying, let's wrap it up, like, let's move forward. Who are those voices, and are they in tune enough to try to pull in the liberal base that Sanders was able to activate? Are they willing to reach out, or are they so focused on just trying to really like lock things down and secure it without having maybe some nuance or some generosity in their messaging? We'll see, James.
The risk is backlash. You know, I actually talked to a young guy who was a former Andrew Yang supporter at Biden's rally last night in Detroit, who was, I think, going to end up voting for Biden, but he was torn. He liked Bernie better. He wanted to beat Trump, but he said maybe I should vote for Sanders because I don't want Biden, you know, to think he can write off the left. You could have a scenario, you know, where people kind of continue to coalesce behind Biden, and the establishment is trying to kind of like bully Sanders out of the race, for lack of a better term, and Sanders ends up winning in some of these more liberal states as kind of a protest vote. Dave's analogy is great. There is a real risk that if Sanders sticks around, especially after next week, if the kind of trend lines continue, he will kind of seem like a Ron Paul figure where, you know, his rallies won't be covered the same way, because if Biden's sort of like the presumptive Democratic nominee, it's just very hard to be taken seriously. I guess my question for Dave was like, kind of, what would Sanders want? You know, what would he want from the party that would be something that Biden could give or the DNC could give that would make it easier for him to get?
Well, he takes the party platform very seriously, and to be fair to him, some of the concessions he got, the House Democrats have voted on. I mean, a thing that has gotten a little bit forgotten in the primary because Sanders just kept moving to the left and demanding more is that the agenda the House Democrats passed that Mitch McConnell largely blocked, that they might revisit in 2021, is a lot closer to Sanders than it was to Hillary Clinton. So he actually does care if he is in a position where the Biden people kind of leave the door open and say, okay, we're comfortable, nothing too crazy. But yes, $15 minimum wage on the ballot, decriminalize marijuana, not on the ballot, sorry, on the platform, decriminalizing marijuana on the platform. Some of the Sanders ideas, he could take polling to the Biden camp and say, look, you're 78, you're getting hammered with young voters. Here are issues that will pull them back out. And I think they're in a stronger position to do that now. They might be in a stronger position to do that debate. The way this debate is ramping up, I feel I cannot read Sanders' mind. I'd be a much better reporter if I could. But there are people in Sanders' world who want Biden to be humiliated so he starts falling and they're back in the game. I'm not sure that Sanders himself would want to do that in this debate, or if he'd want to just say that he believes that there is a stronger Democratic Party that can win for a generation if it does certain things that Biden has never done. So I think that is where he'll want to take the party, and taking it there after, I mean, he might win Washington tonight, he might win North Dakota tonight, but taking it out there without the delegates to really threaten Joe Biden is tricky, but he could pull it off.
You know, one interesting thing, Eugene, is that the fact that the coronavirus meant the cancellation of these rallies in Ohio, it does give the Sanders campaign, it gave them, obviously they had to move location, but it gave them a moment to have a fresh decision about, do we address supporters, do we not? If the rally was to go ahead as planned, you have all those supporters. We saw some of them that our colleagues interviewed who had traveled and shown up for it, and he really wouldn't have been able to like not go out and address the supporters. It would have been a sort of a shocker for Bernie Sanders to not follow through on the obligation to his supporters, but he was able to sort of step back tonight and have a little bit of a reboot. And we'll see if that reboot continues.
Indeed, and I feel like the question is how many of the supporters are stepping back and rethinking what is best for the Democratic Party or the left's ability to defeat Trump as a whole. You know, Sanders has a movement behind him, as you said. People have driven far. We've seen supporters on TV be very vocal about their support of him and their belief that progressivism is more supported broadly than moderate centrism. What Sanders is going to have to do is convince some of these people, if he is not the nominee, that what he envisions for America can be found in part in backing Biden, and that the best way to move America further left is not to vote against Biden or to vote third party or to stay out of the election, but to get out there and make sure you vote against Trump.
Our Election Insights team has been diving into the numbers all night, so let's go back to them now and our colleague Jeremy Bowers. So Jeremy, Michigan is the big story tonight. So how have the results there impacted the overall race?
Yeah, absolutely, Libby. You know, there were a lot of delegates up for grabs in Michigan tonight, 125 of them after all. And what we're seeing is that it's a Biden win, but not by a whole lot. It's just about a 10-point swing, 52% to 38% here between Biden and Sanders. And that's going to manifest in the delegate count, too. That's about exactly how we're going to split up the delegates tonight. But we also have some interesting things to tell you outside of Michigan before I come back to it. We have some results, early results in the state of Idaho and in the state of Washington. Let's quickly take a look at Idaho here. You know, Biden is doing very well here tonight. Again, this is a consistent theme. We have early results from a couple of urban areas, from Boise, from Idaho Falls, and from Pocatello. Looks like Biden is winning with about 43% of the vote. Sanders with about 32% of the vote here. Quickly, I'd like to take a look here at Ada County. This is where the vast majority of the votes in the state are going to be available. This is where the city of Boise is located. Well, we expect to see more votes coming in here tonight, but early news, pretty good for Biden. Now, let's also talk about the state of Washington. Washington, we have a handful of interesting results. It's still less than 10% reporting. Again, remember, Washington is a mail-in ballot state. So what we're looking at here are a combination of early votes and the votes that they've been able to count so far tonight. And again, this one is very, very close. Sanders leads the state 32.8%, Biden right behind at 32.6%, both with about 330,000 votes. There's not a whole lot that makes sense about the map just yet. Again, with like less than 10% reporting, there's not a whole lot of geographic feature to this that's super interesting. Now, to get back to that central question about what's happening in the state of Michigan, I'd like to reintroduce my teammate, Lenny Bronner. Lenny is a senior data scientist here on the Election Insight team. Lenny, you and I were chatting about this a little bit earlier. The Biden map in Michigan looks like nothing that we were expecting. It's not like he's pulling Clinton votes or, you know, bringing in new voters. This is an entirely new map. And what does that mean to you? And what is it that you've been able to glean from our model, which has been running in the state now for a little while?
Yeah, so I think what you said is right. Like, the map is so very different from what we saw in 2016. Basically, Bernie Sanders is able to keep up maybe 2/3 of his votes from 2016. And those voters are probably going somewhere, and they're probably going to Joe Biden. And also, Joe Biden is doing quite well in areas that had maybe less vote turnout in 2016. And like maybe that means that a lot of these non-voters are going to Joe Biden this time, at least a large proportion of them. The other thing is that, like, in a lot of states previously, in the Super Tuesday states, what we saw was that Joe Biden was mainly getting a lot of voters from areas that Hillary Clinton had done very well in, and then getting some voters in other areas. But what we're seeing in Michigan is that Joe Biden is getting voters everywhere. I mean, you pointed this out so well last time, but this entire peninsula up there was Bernie Sanders territory in 2016, and well, now it's not.
That's right. If I have to leave you with one anecdote as we're beginning to wrap up tonight, I'd like to talk about the county that contains Ann Arbor and the University of Michigan. This should have been a Sanders stronghold, and he got 46% of the vote here, but Biden with 48% wins the county. The University of Michigan is here. This should be an absolute rout for Sanders, and he can't hold on to win. If there's anything that really explains what happened in the state of Michigan tonight, it's what's happened in Washtenaw County. Back to you, Libby.
Thanks so much, Jeremy and Lenny. Appreciate that. Dave, what's your response to those numbers we were just seeing, especially in that Ann Arbor region?
Yeah, I'm gloating a bit because I had predicted on Thursday. As I was getting to Michigan, I said my side bet is going to be Washtenaw County because people think college town equals Bernie voter. Remember, college students in a college town, yes, they are voting for Bernie Sanders. The people who can afford to live and go to the theater and go to performances in Ann Arbor and Ypsilanti are voters with college degrees, suburbanites who were voting for Pete Buttigieg or Elizabeth Warren until they got out of the race, and we saw have kind of very happily in some cases, less happily in others, moved to Joe Biden, not to Bernie Sanders. So Washington is an example of just, as Sanders looks down the map, there are not many places for him to win at all. He did not make inroads with the kind of voter who last time happily would have said, sure, I like his ideas, I'll vote for him, and this time said, I want this over. I want a campaign to begin against Donald Trump.
James, the calculations the Sanders campaign has to make right now, what is the timeline that you sort of see them as being on? I'm interested to know what the rest of you think as well. We see what happens tomorrow. We'll find out more of the results from those western states. We'll have a better picture of how this night turns out. But the coronavirus is changing things a bit because there can be a pause on rallies, on planning, on other things, ostensibly for concerns over the virus. But how long do you think the Sanders campaign has to figure out its next steps?
The debate on Sunday night, I think, is the key moment. You know, that and so what the Sanders campaign was saying yesterday was that this was going to be a slow couple days no matter what, and he was going to do more debate prep than usual because it's a one-on-one debate instead of a several candidate debate. That's going to change the dynamic. And so, you know, Sunday night is kind of that looms, and then the big primaries next Tuesday. He doesn't have to make any kind of announcement tomorrow. You know, if he gets blown, if it turns out that you know, he loses Washington State, and you know, if he somehow loses Idaho and North Dakota too, if it's a kind of a 5-state sweep, I think that there will be enormous pressure. But he doesn't have to respond to that right away. You know, there's a difference between kind of like toughing it out for a couple days versus staying in until the last primaries in June, and that's sort of the calculation. And also, if you stay in and you sort of want to be a cause candidate. You know, last Tuesday he sharpened his criticism. He was like, these are the 5 big attacks on Joe Biden that I have. You know, does he kind of maybe not sharpen his criticism? Because one approach would be to go scorched earth and say, here's all these terrible things about Joe Biden. But I feel like that could backfire with a lot of the voters that Dave was just talking about in that county, where they kind of want this to be over with. They want to beat Trump, and anything Sanders does that will be seen as divisive in some ways plays into Biden's hand, where he's kind of calling for unity and saying, let's get together to beat Trump.
And then there's the question of issues, and does he have an opportunity here to make a push for some of the issues he's especially passionate about that he wants to see incorporated into the Democratic platform? Eugene.
Yeah, and that's what he is going to be pressured to do, I believe, from his followers. He doesn't have to make a decision right now, in part because his supporters don't want him to, and they're going to constantly ask him to stay in, especially in these states that haven't voted yet and want to vote for him with the hope that they may be able to turn things around, no matter how unlikely that could be as we move forward. And so I think he is going to think it through and figure out what is best for the movement and for his campaign and ultimately for the party in America. I think he really is going to go forward with not making a very selfish decision about this, because he ultimately knows that what he wants to have done is Donald Trump removed from the Oval Office, which is also what he wanted to have done in 2016. And as much as people give some of his supporters a hard time for how they engage people that are not Bernie Sanders, I think ultimately Bernie Sanders has proven that when he has to make a decision, he's going to try to do what's best to push up against conservative policies.
Tulsi Gabbard is also still in the race, Dave. What was she hoping to achieve tonight?
That's a big question. So Gabbard has not run a very energetic campaign. For somebody who's 38 years old, she's Pete Buttigieg's age. She never was going to be the favorite of any particular wing of the party, but it's become less and less clear what she's trying to do. And so tonight I was just looking where she's placing in these states, and there's early voting, there's mail voting. So a lot of people were leaving on their ballots Pete Buttigieg, people who've dropped out. But she is doing no better than 5th place in any state voting tonight. I repeat, there are 3 candidates left. She's not. She is losing everywhere to people who have dropped out of the race. That might not continue once we get to states early voting, but I can see it happening in Arizona. So she is in position to win no delegates anywhere except maybe some more territories, although she was born in American Samoa. She can only do that once. It doesn't really help her in Guam. And she, frankly, is just appearing a lot on Fox News, making arguments about the DNC. But one ray of light for the DNC, which does not get many, is it made a decision to up the standard for getting into this next debate. a higher delegate standard that cut Gabbard off by like more than 200 votes. It was you need to have a bigger proportion of the delegates. She has 2 of what will be 2,000. And no one really cared. I mean, Gabbard's fans online cared. Some online channels did. But DNC rules, to be real about it, were always about Sanders supporters being frustrated. The Gabbard electorate is so small that at this point, the party's not even terribly worried about her running third party.
Anything to add on to that?
No. There's not. I was ready for the hour of Tulsi Gabbard discussion.
You said it
but
all.
Okay.
Let's go through our final thoughts. It's past 11:30 here on the East Coast. Eugene, what do you want to leave us with tonight?
Well, I think we saw something in Michigan that really answered the question about whether or not so many voters were as progressive as some Sanders supporters really thought they were. And that just, I don't think, is the case. I think them voting for Biden shows that they were less supportive of Clinton than anything else. But it also is a reminder that Biden is not as conservative or moderate as some of his critics think he is, because the party as a whole is more left than it was 10 years ago. And so I think what Biden is going to try to do moving forward is lean into that with the hope of winning some Sanders supporters. How is he going to be able to do that without losing some of the moderates and the independents and former Trump supporters that he's going to need to win? It's going to be fascinating seeing him go as broadly as winning former Trump supporters and former Sanders supporters to defeat Trump.
James.
The turnout came, and it came for Joe Biden. You know, in 2016, one of the reasons that Sanders won the upset that he did was because turnout was way low. There were a bunch of reasons for that, including a contested Republican primary. But in 2016, 1.2 million people voted in the Democratic primary. This year, 1.7 million did. And a lot of those are the suburban voters who came out in the 2018 midterms, flipped a couple House seats in Michigan. They really dislike Trump. They really want to beat Trump. They're fired up. They may not love Joe Biden. He probably wasn't their first choice. They might have liked Pete Buttigieg or Amy Klobuchar or someone else, but they're getting on the Biden train, and that bodes very well for him, and it undercuts the whole Sanders theory of the case, which is not only that he could expand the electorate, but that he would expand the electorate in ways that would help him. He's done neither.
Dave.
Yeah, I don't know where the primary goes from tonight. I just was collecting some statements from groups that have bet a lot on Sanders, and there's already a tone of, well, the next chapter will be, I mean, there's a group of People's Action, Center for Popular Democracy, a bunch of people who were literally in the streets with Bernie Sanders. I mean, one point he made, not to get in a tangent, but at some of the big party functions where everyone was out in the street waving signs and chanting and dancing and singing High Hopes, which is now in everyone's head. You're welcome. They would rally with him. He'd have marches outside. He'd knock on doors. And those groups have already put out a statement saying the key quote here being, Bernie Sanders has proven that his voice and his movement are vital to any success in November. Not, we want him to drop out, but if he's not the nominee, here's what we want to do. We want the next nominee, maybe Joe Biden, to take us seriously, to include us in the movement. It's a shot across the bow saying, Joe Biden, you can't just get annoyed at somebody at town hall and tell them they're not going to do their work for them anymore. But there is going to be a reckoning, I think, on the left of having bet by the end a lot of chips on Bernie Sanders. If he does substantially worse than he did in 2016, there are voices in the party, the moderate voices, who have big megaphones on TV, among donors, who have the ear of I think, a lot of the people in the Biden campaign, which we haven't talked about. It's a very small campaign. This is a campaign that's going to be outspent by Bernie Sanders, Elizabeth Warren, definitely Michael Bloomberg, Tom Steyer, that is not staffed up in a lot of these states. They're saying, as you do that, listen to us, which I'm going to be watching going forward.
Can't there be a danger, though, in making an assumption that the desire is for moderation rather than a liberal policy, when perhaps it's really defeating Donald Trump? And when you take a read on how your neighbors are voting, how the populace is voting, this question of who will beat Donald Trump, you know, we will see as we learn more from the poll results, but that may be as significant as where you are in your policy positions, if not even more significant in terms of your final vote. So we'll see how the Democratic Party reads that and tries not to get it wrong as they get a sense of their electorate. Thank you so much to all of you for being here. Eugene Scott, James Hohmann, Dave Weigel. We'll be reading the Daily 202 from you tomorrow. When does your next trailer come out?
Let's see, probably
How many
like
hours?
14 hours or so. Yeah.
So check out the trailer, check out the Daily 202, and check out The Fix. Eugene, we look forward to reading your take on all of this in the days to come. Thank you so much. Well, we are a newspaper, so let's take a look at tonight's headlines. Joe Biden will win Michigan, Mississippi, and Missouri. Vote counting continues out west at this hour with no final results expected until tomorrow. And the coronavirus is upending the campaign with Biden and Bernie Sanders canceling their rallies tonight. Thank you to our viewers for spending this primary night with the newsroom of The Washington Post. Please take a moment and subscribe wherever you may be watching. Your support ensures that we can deliver the very best journalism directly to you during this election season. I will be back here next Tuesday, that's St. Patrick's Day, for another night of primary races and results. I'm Libby Casey. See you then. Good night.